just let us know.
Okay, cool.
I ain't got no problems with anything. I'm willing to let this get as dark as possible.
Dayton, did you have a chance to did you have a chance to go over the lines and veils again, or did you want me to
I think I still have it.
I haven't been able to go over it again, but I feel like I won't mark anything off anyways, so it's Gucci.
No, what is it? Zane made some choices, changes as well. So,
Yeah.
just to go over everything, to go over most of it, the lines
guys,
that we
hopefully
have.
you
So
can hear me.
that means no talking
Just
about it
readjusting
at all
here.
in respect to the game.
We are just getting
Is
stuff
rape,
set up.
sexual
We're a little late
assault,
to start,
alcoholism,
but, hey,
homophobia,
first time
and
that
transphobia.
We are doing this is
we have some
tonight,
veils, so
and
this means
hopefully
that
you're
it
gonna like
can
what
still
we're
appear in the
doing.
story, but
We're a
it's
little
more of like a
wound
cut
up
to
here
black,
today,
or like you guys
hopefully
turn
that's
away and
okay.
it happens off
Anyway,
screen, that kind of thing.
I'm gonna put
We have eye injuries, insects, suicide, genocide, harm to both animals and children, and torture. And then
I'll
just
be
some
around in
ask
chat
first stuff.
while we're playing.
So if it shows up in the story, I'll try and ask first whether or not to continue with the subject matter.
Mhm.
That's going to be
Man,
bugs
shit's about to get
in
wild.
and or on people, graphic gore, and medical procedures to alter appearance.
Ooh. Well, I don't know why I'm freaking out about that. I'm literally trans.
Let's fucking go.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Just one.
Yes,
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh no.
Okay, now to stop cussing out Dayton.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
I just went
Yeah.
over the lines and veils thing again, but
Yeah,
again,
I heard.
it's more just a general guideline. And remember, you all have access to the X card. So at literally any point of the game, stop me. Just drop voice. Just like, hey, Gian, stop. And I will stop. And that is the use of your X card. You can use it however many times you want, as much as you want. And it is used to like retcon situations that are starting to go in directions that people find not comfy.
We're getting ready. Yeah, we're ready. Getting ready to go.
I'm just putting in some mature.
And again, our story might not even touch on that, right, gang? So it's more just like these are safety tools.
Yep.
Cool. Yep. Fantastic. Chair, are you all good to go?
Yeah, I already let everybody know we're doing this, and we're setting up. Not to mind the talking, and we're gonna get going pretty soon. I got us on the starting screen.
Fantastic. Well, I've just opened up the audios for YouTube and everything, so everyone will be now able to hear us.
Sweet.
Hello, everyone. Hello, all 10 people in chat. If you're taking a look at stream, I'd love to hear everyone. I'd love to see everyone saying hello in chat there.
Oops, this one.
It'll probably take them a second, but anyhow. Tonight we will be playing a game called 10 Candles. 10 Candles is a tragic horror story about a group of survivors who find themselves in a world that has gone dark. No cell phone towers work, satellites don't work anymore, and for the most part, life went on just normally. That was until the presence of they came onto the scene. No one knows what they are, and no one's really survived to tell a tale about them. What you guys do know for sure, however, is that they have one weakness, and that is the light. Keep in the light at all times, and you will be safe. This is a game by Stephen Dewey. It runs on a pretty interesting system that we'll get into here. But yeah, would everyone like to go ahead and introduce themselves? I guess I'll go first, being the dungeon master. Hello, I am Gian Dayrit. I am my online handle is Focus Mic VAs. I am a student at on the mic training, and I want to host this fun little game for me and my classmates, basically. So that's me. You can find me on Instagram, here on YouTube, and some other places as well. But I'll get to those later. Anyway, yeah. Anyone who's next?
Zane made a
Wow,
noise.
thank you
They
so
go
much,
next.
Zane, for volunteering yourself.
Hi, my name is Zane, or yeah, you can find me as Zany Voices, and I am just here.
You're just here.
I'm
Fair
just
enough.
here. I'm coming along for the ride.
Okay, alrighty. All right, sounds good. Next up, we have Rob.
Hi there, I'm Rob. I'm a multidisciplinary creative in Calgary. You can find my stuff at Instagram at Storm Racer Studios. Put some periods in between there. Yeah, I'm stoked. Let's do this. Let's frickin' go.
Heck yeah. All right, Dayton, you're up next.
Hi, I'm Dayton. I am from West Kelowna. Most social media things I go by God or some other variety of that.
Alrighty. And last but certainly not least, we have the lovely Cherionics. My bad. And she is as well hosting this stream on her Twitch. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, just a little introduction for you as well. How about that? And we'll properly get started.
Hey, Gian, we have a brief tech note.
Yep.
Us coming in over Discord might not be being picked up correctly. I just had a listener poke me on the shoulder and say that they can't hear the rest of us.
That's not good.
No, it's not.
Wow.
It's,
Did we just do
Can
introductions
everyone
and they couldn't hear
start?
us?
I think we may have done introductions and
dang
nobody
it.
could hear us.
Can you guys start talking again? Just start talking.
Hello, world.
This is
Well,
the
All
song
right.
that
Okay, I found the
never
issue. For some
ends.
reason, OBS turned down my desktop capture. I'm so sorry.
So,
Anyways,
do-overs?
yeah, do-overs, whatever. That's fine. They could hear me, so you guys go.
All right. I'm Rob. I'm a multidisciplinary creative in Calgary. I do web design, graphics, photography, and now I'm learning to do voiceover. You can find me and my stuff on Instagram at Storm Racer Studios. Just toss some periods in between there, and it should come up. I'm looking forward to this. Let's frickin' go!
Yeah, Dayton, speed round, go.
Hi, I'm Dayton Lowen. My social for Instagram is GodDClown. That's about it.
All right. And hopefully we don't have any more tech issues. All right, Zane, you as well. And then, and then Chair, and then we're good.
Hi, my name is Zane, or Zane VA. My socials are Zany Voices. My pronouns are they, them, and I am just here. Just going along for the
Alrighty.
ride.
And last but certainly not least, yet again, ×2, Cherry Onyx. Fantastic. Okay, now that that's actually over with, I'm so sorry. And Rob, you're not getting any more taps on the shoulders?
Nope, I got the thumbs up. We're coming through loud and clear.
Let's go! All right, sounds good. Now, I had the four of you create some character concepts before diving into the game here, but character creation really doesn't start until character creation really doesn't start in this game until we actually light these candles. Now, I'm just gonna bookmark this real quick, and we'll get through that. Now, I would like to let you guys know that it is the month of Halloween. Spooks and scares abound. And now, while this story will be one that contains scares and horrors of the night, one thing to keep in mind is that your characters, no matter how fleshed out they may be, no matter how attached to them you are, they will die by the end of this game. That is a fact of the matter. Now, don't let that discourage you from connecting with this person, playing how they would. Don't be afraid to throw challenges in front of them, because the story we tell is not a kind story and far from a happy one. But ultimately, it is still a story about hope. Hope that these survivors will try and find, but ultimately, their tale is a tragic one. Now, let's get started with this, shall we? All right. So, I have you guys kind of set up in a in like the four corners there. So, what I'm going to get you guys to do is introduce your characters just briefly. Um, you don't have to give away anything about their backstory. More, just give me something about what people perceive them as. Let's start with you, Chair. Yeah, go ahead and give us a bit of a intro to your character's concept. Fantastic. Yeah. Now, since the world has gone dark, what has Rebecca sort of done within these past few months before they started appearing and taking everyone away? Fantastic. Thank you so much, Doctor. All right. Uh, let's move right along to Zane. Zane, quickly introduce your character and just something about them.
I'm Reen, and I'm a lab tech.
Where did you used to work, Reen? Like where? What building? Like what facet of science were you a techie for?
A chemist.
Chemical sciences. And how was this sort of an apprenticeship kind of deal where were you shadowing somebody in order to become like working towards like your PhD or your master's?
Yes, I was.
Um, Do you know where where your tutor or your colleague is now?
Unfortunately, no.
Alrighty. But they are somewhere here in the city, I'm willing to bet. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Reen. We'll move right along to Dayton. Yes. Dayton, who are you?
I am Miller. I am an ex-convict. I used to be a private
ex-convict.
detective, and I was arrested for the murder of my spouse.
And this is all now public record as well. Dayton, what was the first thing you tried to do when you got out?
I was going to go and visit their grave.
Now, was this did you get out before or after they arrived? Before the sky went dark?
After.
After. Did you sneak out?
I was on death row. My execution was planned and underway when they had arrived. The room meant to end me inevitably became a safe house for me.
Interesting. Alrighty. Wow. Incredible that we're having you join us here tonight. And Rob, who are you?
Yeah, I'm Jerry. Jerry Kelby. I'm an electrician by trade. When the lights went out, I was kind of sitting in my one-bedroom apartment and didn't really know what happened. And through a series of random happenstance and minor misadventures, I ended up at this lab just trying to help keep the lights on. May not be the smartest guy, but I know my way around electrics and electrical systems, and it kind of helps with all these helps these eggheads do their more sciencey stuff.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us here tonight as well. You four have known each other for, God, it's been weeks, months now, maybe? You're not really quite sure. In all honesty, it's hard to keep track of time without a regular cycle of the sun keeping track of it for you. I'm sure the ticking of the clock has become an inane sort of passing sound. Most of you tend to just block it out now. The city is quiet now that the evacuations have emptied the streets. The world is still dark, and you have stayed behind. You and your two scientists, well, scientists and lab tech, and some muscle and volunteers to protect you. The sky is black, and they prowl. Someone's got to stop them. Someone's got to figure this all out. And that someone, well, it sure might as well be you. Chair, you are a professional in your field. You've bunkered down in a small lab off of the main street. You've taken in survivors. Jerry, Reen, and Miller. There aren't any answers yet. None that you can reasonably present to your small ragtag group. Maybe if you had just one of them, you can hear them. You can hear them prowling those streets at night, how they skitter and stop, how loud they can be, or at least how loud their victims can get. Perhaps you know of a library, one town over. It's the largest in the province. There might be some answers on their shelves, or even the old observatory up on the hill. But you think you've learned all you can here, and the lights are beginning to dim. Jerry has done his best to prolong it, keep them running, rerouting rerouting power to just keeping those fluorescent bulbs at a constant hum. But the generator is on its last legs. It's time to move. They are coming. And if anyone can figure out what's happening to the world, it's you. Now, with you guys knowing each other, I'm going to go around in a circle, and hopefully this makes a bit of sense. But Rob,
Yo.
you are going to be writing a virtue for Dayton, something that you find admirable about him, something that you find solves more problems than it causes. And you will write a vice for Dr. Rebecca.
Okay.
Dayton.
Hmm.
Yep. Just have both of them in mind, and I'll circle back to you. Dayton, you'll be writing a vice for you will be writing a vice for Rob, and a virtue for Reen. Reen, you will be writing a vice for Dayton, and a virtue for Dr. Rebecca Holiday. And Dr. Rebecca Holiday, you will be writing a it's really hard to visualize this in my head. You'll be writing a virtue for Reen and a vice for Rob. Rob, did I give you 2 vices?
No, you gave me a virtue for Miller and a vice for Dr. Victoria.
Fantastic.
That's what I'm doing.
Cool. Let me know if you guys need any help with that or like suggestions. But is everybody kind of clear set on what they're doing? Fantastic. Now, Dr. Holiday, I told you to write a virtue for Rob or a vice? No, sorry. Did I tell you to write a virtue for Miller, or did I tell you to write a vice for Miller? Or Rob? Virtue. What is Miller's virtue? Strong-willed. Rob, are you ready with your virtue for Miller?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
He's got a weird optimism. Despite how everything's going bad, he still sees his current situation as a lot better than death row, and he's optimistic about doing the best that he can with this new chance, as weird and as kind of crappy as it is.
Fantastic. Who was writing the virtue for Dr. Rebecca?
That would be me.
Fantastic. Do you have something ready for me?
Rebecca is very logical.
Logical. And Dayton, what's something positive you have to say about Reen?
She is very collected and level-headed.
And we'll go back around. Now, can the person who wrote Rob's Vice speak up and tell me what it is?
He is temperamental.
I ran out of space on the card. We're going to ignore that. The person who wrote the Vice for Miller. Okay. Oh, the Vice for Miller should be. The Vice for Miller should be either Rob or Cadence.
Who's that?
Miller is Dayton.
No, who's Cadence?
Oh, my bad.
Well, there's no one else in. I'm assuming you mean me. So
Yeah,
Miller
sorry,
has a
I meant you,
tendency
Zane.
to allow emotions to overpower logic.
Emotions to overpower logic. So is his vice empathy, or like he's too empathetic, or he's a big ol' softy?
You could say that.
He's a big ol' softy. I'm gonna write big ol' softy.
Big old softy.
Cool. Hello, Juno. Cool. And who wrote the Vice for Chair?
That would be me.
Alrighty.
And the Vice is sometimes she gets too focused and doesn't pay enough attention to what's going on around her.
Tunnel vision. I'm familiar.
Yeah.
Makes sense for a science-y type. And lastly, who wrote the Vice for Zane? Would have been either Dayton or Chair.
I did Rob's Vice. I believe it is Share. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Well, I guess I'm
Rob.
perfect.
Rob, you haven't given a Vice yet.
Rob, have you given a Vice to someone?
Yeah, I just gave the one for Dr. Pretoria.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Okay. Well, that's all right. I might have screwed it up anyhow. Zane, what is Reen's Vice?
I think they're kind of on the opposite spectrum to Miller. They kind of lack some empathy.
It's not stoicism. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not stoic.
They're willing to let
Uncaring?
people. Yeah, they're willing to let people get hurt if it means success.
Willing to let people get hurt.
I guess thinking about the greater picture and not the steps to get there. The steps doesn't matter
Alright.
as long as the outcome.
You know what? I'm going. Would it be all right with you if I wrote stoic?
Sure.
Would that get that sort of message across?
Mhm.
Fantastic. Stoic. You all are made up of various vices and virtues. Now, while these aren't who you are per se, it's how people perceive you. And it's something that evidently you as well ascribe to yourself. You can use these cards to re-roll the dice during the game. But know that you can only use each of them once.
Oh damn, I can't
And
see.
they may... That's all right. Do you have note of which ones are yours?
I can see mine in the corner, but I can't see what they say.
They say stoic and level.
Oh,
And
okay.
don't worry. And don't worry, if you need reminders, I'm always here, and you can write them down as well for your own information. You may use these cards once during the entirety of the game. They may be used to re-roll all of the dice that show a 1 in their result, hopefully creating a success instead. And with that, I'm actually going to leave them like this. And with that, we'll light the first few candles. So while I'm doing this, can each of you give me a time where your character has showcased your vice or virtue? Anyone want to volunteer themselves?
Sure.
Kinda.
So there was one time where a survivor tripped over a cord coming from the generator, and Jerry kind of laid into him a little bit.
Yeah? Did you take him in? What did you
Not
do
so much
afterwards?
afterwards. He kind of yelled at him a lot, and then kind of stomped off to a side room to just kind of get his temperamental nature under control.
Now, this
I-
survivor. Sorry, Dayton. This
No,
survivor. Did they happen to look like anyone in particular to you? Maybe they had the face of someone that they reminded you of, that made you so passionate towards them.
No, I don't think so. I think he was just, surviving is a bit of a stressful situation, and this person was just being, careless and yanked the cord out, and you know, Jerry's been busting his ass to keep the electricity going, and he was real pissed that someone would just be so careless about it.
All right. Thank you, Rob.
I can go next.
Alrighty. Dayton, yeah, where did you find yourself?
This one time I was with another small batch of survivors, and I wasn't exactly paying attention and accidentally tripped on a cord and caused something to get unplugged. And this one guy, he came up and started yelling at me, just letting it all out. And I'm going to be honest, made me feel very unhappy. But once he stormed off to go cool down, I kept a high spirit. I knew things would get better.
Did you ever try to make up with them?
Me and him kind of got separated. But now that I think about it, I think he looked a little bit like Jerry.
What would you have said to him if the opportunity presented itself?
Hey man, I I know you've been busting your ass trying to keep the lights on, but I'm just so tired that day. I wasn't thinking. I didn't look where I was walking. I mean, how was I supposed to see the fucking like 30-foot extension cord stretched across the hall like a tripwire?
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to share their stories? All right, let's move on. Okay, fantastic. Where do you find yourself, Chair? Quite the achievement there. I take it you're quite well renowned within the scientific community then? Well, at least to the people who don't ridicule you for hunting ghosts. Alrighty. Zane, did you have anything to share?
When everything first went down, I was the one who kept the lab level-headed. Not even my mentor could do that.
No, they were always a bit of a hair trigger, weren't they?
Yes.
How'd you go about doing it? It's not an easy thing to keep a group calm.
Well, I established leadership very quickly. The panicking people are willing to listen to the one logical person in the group.
Truly. And at such a young age as well.
Yeah.
But I suppose things like age don't tend to matter when all you're searching for is a commanding voice.
No. In a room of much of my elder peers, I was the one able to keep my head on straight. I can't say the same about them.
Well said. Alrighty. Now this portion, you will all write for yourselves. This will be your moment. What is something that your character is looking to achieve during the course of the events laid out here? While you guys figure that out, I will be right back.
So this is where we crack a bunch of jokes, right?
Two guys walk into a bar. They
Ouch,
both
says
say,
one of
ouch.
them.
Nah.
No, the dark joke would have been if there was no lights on.
Har.
Man walks into a bar
All
with
right,
a
I'm
slab
back.
of asphalt.
Alrighty. Rob, what is your character's moment? When will your character find hope?
I think I'll find hope when, in case, so he got separated from his estranged, not quite ex-wife and daughter when the lights went out, and I guess his moment will be either when he finds word that they're still alive, or something happens that kind of makes him feel like he made up for his perceived abandonment of them.
All
Emphasis
right.
on perceived.
All right.
Jerry
So
needs a
Jerry will
therapist.
find hope. Yeah. Jerry will find hope when he reconciles with them.
Yeah.
Would that be all right?
Yeah. Yeah, that tracks.
Oops. Cool. Dayton, when will Miller find hope?
Miller will find hope when he manages to save someone.
When you save them.
Yes. He took a soul, and now he will serve penance by saving a soul.
All right. Chair, when will Dr. Holiday find hope? Hmm. All right. I actually like that one. When I find the key to survival. And Zane.
Reen will find hope when they achieve some sort of breakthrough that proves that their entire life's work wasn't for naught.
Okay. Oops. I forgot the word hope. Ah. So you will find hope when you are proven right.
Essentially, yes.
All right. Cool. What are you guys doing to achieve these goals?
Jerry asks pretty much has asked every survivor in their little group, and asks anyone who they come across about his wife and daughter. He is very adamant about asking everyone, and because sometimes he might try and communicate with the wrong people in that attempt to get some news.
Fair enough.
He's willing to try and
Does
talk to
Jerry
some
have physical
potentially
photos?
sketchy. Yeah, he's got a photo. He's got a photo of their last family vacation when everything was happy in his wallet.
Okay. Chair, what are you doing to find hope? All right. Reen?
I'm making an effort to continue forth with my studies, even though it's hard.
Do you and Dr. Holiday disagree?
It depends.
Well, then I guess the circumstance would be the best method of survival. Dr. Holiday has kept you cooped up here in this lab just a couple blocks off of Center Street there for, you can't tell for how long. How does Reen feel about that?
They're starting to run out of supplies, and it's starting to tick them off.
Is Reen the one who's been actively trying to get you guys to get up and moving?
I would say so, not necessarily for their sake, but just so they can get more supplies to continue their studies.
Did Reen find out about the library? Did Reen find out about the observatory?
I don't know. They've always got their head
Alright.
buried in their own work.
All right. Thank you. And Dayton, what is Miller doing?
Well, due to his previous experience as a private detective, he sometimes tries to help Jerry however he can, but most of the time he's trying to follow small trails of people he think could be in danger to try and save them, help them any way he can. Most of the time it leads to unenjoyable sights, but he continues.
Thank you. Your moment will hopefully happen in the story. You may try and guide the story towards your moment when it becomes available to you. When you see an opportunity that best suits your character, we'll try and zoom in. And when you live your moment, whether you succeed or fail, the card is burned up as normal. If you succeed, however, you will be rewarded with an additional dice added to your own personal dice pool. This dice succeeds on both a 5 and a 6 when rolling. There are very seldom cases where you can give your hope dice to another player, but if it comes up, I'll be sure to let you know. Lastly, this card will be something that is incredibly personal to each and every one of you. And although normally you are meant to write it for another player, I think I'm going to have you guys write it for yourselves. This is your brink, and as the title implies, it is somewhere that you do not go willing. It is somewhere you are pushed. What is your character capable of when they are pushed to that extreme edge? What are they willing to do and to sacrifice to succeed? Now, unlike the previous 3 cards that we have written, you will keep this secret until all of your other cards are expended. Because when you have lost sight of who you are, when you have lived your moment but still cannot find hope, that is when you are pushed to your brink. Brinks have a special mechanic in where if you choose to embrace your brink during a roll, you will be able to re-roll the entire dice pool, not just the dice that result in a 1. I would like you guys now to write yourself a brink and let me know when that is finished. Do not reveal it to me nor any other players. Let me know when you guys are done.
What did you say about the special mechanic of Brinks? It cut out.
That's all right. Brinks, when you choose to embrace them to alter the results of a roll, like you would do with your vice or virtue, you will instead re-roll the entire dice pool rather than just the dice that result in a 1.
Okay.
As well, I forgot to mention, you do not consume your brink if you succeed, that is. If you fail the roll, however, your brink is burned up like the rest of it.
And I'm sorry, but we're writing what triggers the brink?
Alrighty. Is everyone finished up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
And share? Alrighty. I will reintroduce the module we will be playing, and then we may start. Where's the module we're playing? Come on. The city is quiet now that the evacuations have emptied the streets. The world is dark, and you have stayed behind. A group of scientists, researchers, and the muscle to protect them, volunteers. The sky is black, and they prowl in the darkness. Someone's got to stop them. Someone's got to figure this all out. And that someone is you. You are professionals in your field, bunkered down in a small lab off of Main Street. No answers yet, just more questions, infuriating questions. Maybe if you had one of them to examine. No. Perhaps if you could get to the library, one town over, the largest in the state, there might be some answers on their shelves, or even up to the old observatory in the mountains. But you think you've learned all you can here, and the lights have begun to dim. The generator is on its last legs. It's time to move. They're coming. And if anyone can figure this out, what's happened to the world, it's you. So, you all are packing up, preparing for this journey. Why not, what is each of you doing to prepare? What are you bringing along?
My lab tools.
I think Jerry's packing his toolbox and also rigging up their transport with as many exterior lights as possible, which may or may not be a lot, but he's been scavenging lights from unused portions of the lab to try and do this. It's a little hodgepodge, but might work pretty well.
Reen is packing all of their tools and equipment, all of the chemicals they have on hand.
All right.
I
Jerry,
don't think I own
what have you
anything.
given everyone as like a light source to keep on their person, for the safety of it, but also as something of a comfort?
Well, he's everyone's of course got a little, regular handheld flashlight, but he's been hooking up some bigger flashlights to essentially small car batteries or motorsports batteries. So they have something with a little more juice, a little longer lasting. And also, somewhat heavy so that, they can clobber something with it if need be.
Now, Dr. Holliday, while Jerry's getting everything, Jerry rigged up, what are you doing to prepare? All right. So, are you taking any like observational equipment with you? Things that might help you record or take note of some of the strange happenings going around in the world. You have files on each and every one of them. Each and every one of you. Now, this is more of a message to the group. Do you guys know that Dr. Holiday has been recording you?
If I do know, I don't like it.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we do know, it's probably not well liked, but I think maybe we don't know.
I have no clue.
I wouldn't like it, but I would have a sense of morbid curiosity to see how I'm perceived by other
thank you.
people.
Thank you. Good information. Now, Dr. Holiday, with this being a secret document, I don't think you've tried to keep this secret. It's been more of a result of scientific integrity, wouldn't you say? Once a person knows they're being observed, well, their personality shifts. Yes. How have you been keeping this down? Electronically? Paper? Of course. All right. And Miller, this isn't really your area of expertise. You were here to what? Protect them while they did their stuff in the lab upstairs. All you knew that, well, they, at the very least, gave you a roof, gave you food, and gave you time to think. So, what is Miller thinking about right now?
He's probably wondering what they're doing, because they've likely explained it to him multiple times, but he probably just doesn't understand. However, he's there to do what he said he would do, so he's gonna stand guard as best as he can.
Miller, who would you ask if you were ever confused about something?
Probably Reen. She seems quite level-headed.
Well, why not ask? Seems like the perfect time. Just before you leave, that is.
Hey, Reen. Sorry to bother, but what is it again that you do?
I'm a lab tech. I specialize in chemistry.
Ah, right. What were you studying up there?
Chemistry.
Cool. Cool. Any kind of chemistry?
Chemical studies.
Yeah, I know a thing or two about those. Maybe.
Sure you do.
Reen, it's getting pretty annoying that Miller's here. How best do you think it would be to, like, send him off?
Well, you should probably go pack your things. Go and don't bother me for the next 3 minutes, please.
Yeah. Gotta go pack all of my belongings. All 2 of them. Oh, I'll see you later, Reen.
Goodbye.
Now, this is more of a message to the group, but what does bedding and things look like here? Where have you all been sleeping?
Probably on the floor. I don't give a crap.
Yeah.
I'd imagine that, whatever served as like the break room or whatever for the lab has just got, air mattresses and sleeping bags all over it.
All right.
I
Well,
usually end up passing out at my desk, I imagine.
well, with everything being packed up, you guys aren't really leaving any trace of where you were. Wouldn't be too smart, I don't think. So with that, Miller, you head towards the break room. Um, what is it that you're picking up?
I have a very small but sturdy uh, like bag to contain the essentials, food, water, whatever we can find of that, and a small handheld taser I took from the prison.
And a taser.
That's correct.
Alrighty. Cool. Now, Rob, Zane, Cher, I take it it's about time you guys are ready to leave then, yeah?
Yes.
Alrighty. Well, as you take stock and look around, you notice that Miller isn't there. But, Reen, you are smart enough to recall that you sent him off to go grab his things, to not bug you anymore, right? And his room couldn't be far off. Now, Jerry,
Yeah.
having taken most of the technology in order to, keep the vehicle running, keep all those lights on, um, have you done anything to reroute the power to and from the break room where you guys were all sleeping?
Well, like the break room where we'd all be sleeping and the main lab room are probably the last places I'd cut power to. There's a lot of ancillary, kind of not really important rooms. Um, there's a storage room, there was the lobby, a couple other places like that. But I think the places where, we were spending most of our time and where most of our stuff was as we're packing would be the last ones he turns the power off to.
Alrighty. Cool. Miller, can you go ahead and give me a conflict roll to see if the lights are still on?
I sure can.
So, how this works with conflict rolls, you will roll 10d6. You succeed whenever, if you roll a 6 on any of the dice.
And what do I succeed on?
You succeed if any of the dice that you rolled turn up as a 6.
I have 2 6s.
Fantastic. And how many ones?
Singular.
A singular 1. All right. Well, the lights stay on, but tell me, what does Miller do?
I look out the window of the break room. There's nothing. Empty buildings. Gone.
Hmm.
Everything.
And how is it you find yourself finding your way back to the group? I take it from the break room you could probably see the front lobby.
Yeah, and there's also just some hushed sounds of movement, clothes, shoes, as such.
Alrighty. Cool. Well, where are you guys heading now that Miller has rejoined you?
Well,
You
I
guys could
think
head up.
I
Yeah.
think our first stop really needs to be whatever the nearest gas station was. Our generators are running a little low, and the van should be topped up. So if we can get to a gas station and maybe even rig a siphon up from the tanks to refill all that, would probably be a real good idea.
Alrighty. And yeah, how does everyone else feel about that?
I mean, we could probably raid the gas station, get some more food.
I think both of these are very good options, and we should go to a gas station.
Alrighty.
All right, let's go see what we can
Alrighty.
find
Well,
there.
Jerry, I'm going to have you roll another conflict roll.
All right.
This one will be to determine what you guys find at the gas station, how successful your trip is, really, you know, how well this place sets you up for
Okay.
the journey ahead. But since Dayton rolled, one of the dice came up as a 1. You will only be rolling 9d6s. Or yes, 9d6s.
Okay. Let me just pull that one out. All right, clickety clackety. Here goes that mathity. All right,
And how many resulted in a 6?
I've got 2 6s.
And how many 1s?
0. There are no ones.
Huh.
I
Wow.
got
Well,
a pair of 5s, a pair of 4s, a 2, and a pair of 3s, but no ones.
nice. Well,
Go team.
yeah. Jerry, narrate for me the success as you guys pull into the gas station and find yourself. Luckily, it hasn't been raided.
All right, well, we pull the van up, and Jerry gets out and gets a crowbar out, which you wouldn't think an electrician would have much use for, but it's been proven real handy for the last little while. And he pries up one of the covers on the fuel tanks and shines one of his flashlights down, and he gives one of those low whistles like, we got lucky, folks. These tanks must have been filled up literally hours before the lights went out. They are full. We can load up we can max out all our fuel. If the gas station has any fuel canisters, I'm gonna grab those too.
That's a good idea. One of you can handle that. I'm going to get us food.
Remember, we want the heavier gauge wires. Thank you. Jerry
Do you
goes
think
about and
Slushy machines
rigging
are
up
still working?
I'm sorry?
Do you think the slushy machines are still working?
Well, why don't you go in and check and see and find out?
All right. And I go. Later.
Oh, you know what? Why not? We've had 2 successful rolls already, and you can still roll with 9 dice. So, yeah. Zane, why not you go ahead and give me a conflict roll to see if any of this gas station's power is still working and functional enough to produce a slushy for you.
all the things to roll on.
Oh man. That's rough, buddy. I rolled
Technically
2
resources.
I rolled 2 6s and 3 1s.
Oh
Oh,
God.
dear Lord.
Yeah,
So,
the dice are
that
usually
means you
nicer
guys are
in my
now
hand.
Yeah. Now you are down to 6 d6s for conflict rolls for the scene.
It's going down fast.
Yeah. Well, Zane, describe to me how you go about getting this stuff. Like checking and making sure all of this the slushy machines even work.
Well, I waltz right up to the slushy machine and I pull one of the levers on one of the flavors and I kind of just watch as it falls out. I don't have a cup under it or anything. I just let it fall onto the rack.
And how does it taste?
I grab one of the small cups and I put it under the thing and I like get a little bit and I kind of stare at it for a minute, contemplating if this is really what my life has brought me to. And then I take a sip of it and it's not horrible. It's it's a slushy. It's full of sugar, but that's what we need. So pick me up.
Yeah. Zane, being a chemist, you're very familiar with how energy is produced in the body, how the body needs and very often requires glucose in order to produce energy.
I am.
Sugar is just one of those many things that is incredibly efficient. So this was a necessary trip, truly.
Indeed.
Is there anything else that Zane finds with this role?
Can I look for more food?
Yes, of course. You succeeded. You succeeded. So you may reap as many benefits as you can muster.
All right, I'm gonna like grab a bunch of like gummies and chip bags off the aisles, and can I grab one of those little I don't know if they'd even have like those little the boxes, the silver kind of boxes that they'll like put a bunch of stuff in with a little sign on them. I'm just gonna use one of those for a container.
Alrighty. And
I can do with what I have.
Cool. So what is it? Dr. Holiday, you see this young gremlin child walking out of the 7-Eleven with just armfuls of snacks, sugary sweets, two double fisting slushies. Yeah, and what is your take on that, Doctor?
Oh, Jerry's been working on siphoning that while everyone was going inside and poking around.
I hope we
yes,
have
of
enough
course.
room in the van for the food that I keep. Shoving everything in this giant.
Miller, what are you doing?
Well, I was originally watching Rob siphon the gas, and then I heard Reen come out of the gas station. I look over and I see her with a handful of snacks, double fisting the slushies, and Miller, without missing a beat, yells, "Oh shit, they got slushies here? Man, it's been forever since I had one of those." And then I hastily run inside to grab one.
Alrighty. Now, Miller, I'm going to have you roll that same conflict roll. But now you will do it with 6d6.
1d6 and 0 ones.
Nice.
0 ones, and you still rolled a 6?
Correct.
Fantastic. Well, describe to me what is it you're getting from this slushy machine, my guy?
I grab the biggest cup size that they've got, and I fill it up with every single flavor they have of it.
All right, sure. You find like a Home Depot bucket at the back. And you figure that truly, if there was a God, he is smiling upon you today as you completely empty out this slushy machine. But I think it's about time now that Jerry has finished up, gassing up the tank and everything like that. This was truly only step one of the plan. Step two, however, is getting where you need to go, and you guys really haven't discussed that.
Right. That's
So as
probably an
you all
important
sit in the
thing.
car, yeah, as you all sit in the car, there's an awkward moment of silence before someone breaks it and finally asks the question of, well, where are we going?
So, 1, which direction? 2, does anyone have a compass?
I know how to track the North Star.
That would be handy if there were any stars out.
I should have a compass somewhere in this bag, and I pull out this giant ass duffel bag containing all of my equipment. It's like on my lap and almost on the lap of the person next to me.
Where
How
were you
how
keeping
did you
that?
even carry that? It must weigh the same amount as you.
Get stronger arms.
Well, you must. Dang.
I'll check. I start fishing through this giant ass duffel bag, being careful not to break anything.
Did you find it yet?
Does this work? And I pull out a tiny compass.
Better than nothing.
All right, good, because I want to keep a good compass until later. Yes, but the other one is mine.
Oh, I get it.
All right, then. Well, we got something to kind of point us in the right direction. Which way is this library that we're going to, guys? To the west? All right. So he gets the compass out and gets the van back on the road and points it westwardly and just keeps following the road.
All right. Well, Rob, well, I'm going to have you roll for me then. 66.
All right.
This will be for, well, the journey ahead.
Oh boy. While Rob's doing that, I'm trying to shove the giant ass duffel bag back under the seat.
All right. So I've got one.
It was a very tight fit.
Like, just barely not breaking anything.
Yeah, and how many ones have you rolled, Rob?
So I've got a 6 and a 1.
Oh boy.
All right. 5 dice. Rob, how's the journey?
I think it goes relatively smoothly for the first part of it. There's some arguments about, which exit to take and how to get onto the freeway heading west and stuff like that, but relatively minor stuff, no mechanical hiccups, no, falling off a road or anything. To be honest, Jerry, if you kind of gets a little bit of sadness because it reminds him of the road trips he and his family would take when his daughter was a lot younger. So he gets a little
Where did you
wistful
guys
about
go?
it. They'd go out to the mountains. They'd go out to theme parks. They went down south to and also went west to the coast once. That was a beautiful trip. So he's feeling, he's kind of reminded of that, just the not really arguing, but kind of we should go this way. No, the exit's over this way, sort of banter.
And remind me again, which way were you headed? Towards the library, correct?
Yes, westwardly.
Fantastic. While you guys don't encounter any major hiccups on the road, it is still eerily quiet as you traverse down the street. Cars are manufactured in such a way that you can't, without the windows down, it's very quite hard to hear anything, especially at lower speeds. Even at higher ones, the rev of the engine doesn't really permeate through the body of the car all too much. It is quiet, so very quiet. Like when you have to wake up for an airport to drive to the airport, and your parents want you there real early. So you get up in the small hours of the night, 2, 3 a.m., not a single car on the road. But now there aren't any lights, and there sure as hell aren't any stars. But even with no lights, even without the lights, even without really any proper guidance, and God, you could have sworn that, well, it was on your way for sure, Rob, but you never thought you would pass it, especially since you relatively knew where you were going. But I guess in the argument of taking exits and trails and things like that, you spot you spot a very familiar theme park. This theme park is familiar, well, to all of you, whether it is from your childhood or or from like taking your kids out here. It's one of the biggest theme parks that Canada ever constructed, really. They thought it only prudent to do so about 50 kilometers, no, like 150 kilometers out from the library you guys are heading towards. Um, and yeah, Rob, um, what are you thinking as what are all of you thinking as you pass this theme park? What memories is it stirring for you?
Jerry's thinking about the time they went there when his daughter was 7, and she had just realized that she's just tall enough to ride some of the big kids' rides. And she must have rode that tilt-a-whirl 40 times straight. And then on the 41st, damned if all that cotton candy didn't finally make its way back up.
Wow.
So he's staring, he's remembering that. He's viewing it with wistful reminiscence. You know, you picture something that was unfortunate at the time, but you look back on it and you're like, those were the days. So
And Zane, Reen recognizes this place as well. God, it couldn't have been more than, I don't know, 3, 4 years ago now, when you were still making your way through high school. Um, the teachers organized a big old trip to come down here and, enjoy the sights, see the rides. What is Zane think? What is Reen thinking about as you pass this place?
God, some of those rides were really rickety. I don't know how I didn't die on them.
Dayton.
This is where Miller and his spouse had their first date. He is having a bit of a hard time keeping himself together, but his super god-sized Home Depot bucket Slurpee is helping him.
Hmm. You guys have been on the road for hours now, and it's about time that you take stop and refuel. And, well, Jerry, being the one behind the wheel, I think, do you find it appropriate to, you know, stop in while you fuel up the car?
I mean, there's worse places to pull over, you know? We might be able to find some useful tools or supplies in like a maintenance shed, or even just some stale ass popcorn. But yeah,
Stale ass popcorn.
sure beats pulling over and trying to do this on the side of the road in the pitch black.
Yes. Yeah. I think you figure that if you could find if you could find one of their circuit breakers, you could hook up one of your generators to it and maybe get a roof over your heads just for a night. You guys have been in this car for days now, it feels. And, well, you guys could use the stretch.
All right, buddy.
So,
We're gonna
yeah.
take a break here for 15, maybe 20 minutes. We refuel the truck, see if the plumbing here still works. If anyone needs to take a break.
I feel like this is how a lot of horror movies start.
Yeah, you're imagining things.
If anyone needs me, just call. I'm gonna go take a leak.
Now, now, Jerry, you managed to find one of the breakers, and you, well, you hook it up, but what is it? It seems to be the one that powers most of the rides. Not anything like the roller coaster and anything like that, but like the carousels, the electric bumper cars kind of spring to life, and oddly enough, music starts playing out of them.
God damn, who labeled these things? Nobody labeled this breaker. That is a... Oh god, that would not pass code at all. Jesus.
Now, what is it? Chair, Dr. Holiday, when was the last time you were at a theme park? Hmm. Yes, of course. So where is it that you're deciding to go and check out? For sure. Do you need a bit of a vocal break there, Tanis? I mean, Chair, sorry. Okay, fantastic. Well, uh, while while Dr. Holiday is doing that, um, you know, there is something to be said about the effect of amusement park rides and what they do to a person's brain. It's almost as though like, well, it's on anyway. There aren't any lines. So where do you guys go?
Preferably not on one of the rides. I was very worried about dying on them last time I was here, but I don't mind inspecting them.
Jerry
Miller
goes over to the tilt-a-whirl and just starts laughing to
right.
himself.
Miller has been gone for a while,
Oh,
and I assume at this point everyone is curious, and then they hear him yelling from the top of the merry-go-round.
Oh god.
all right.
How? How did you
Miller.
even get up there? What did you climb? to get up there.
The support beams.
That's
Zane?
That makes sense.
Zane, there's something freaky about this place. You're already concerned about the fact that you're stopping in an amusement park. You've seen movies. So you take it upon yourself to have a bit of a look around, especially where frickin' Miller is just being a bumbling old idiot like he normally is. I'm gonna have you roll to check on the condition of all of these rides.
That's
You are
5d6,
going to be
right?
rolling correct 5d6.
Ooh. Wait, is that even right? No, that's not right. It's 5, you dog. Hold on. 5d6, not 9d6. Oh my god, okay. You know what? I'm just gonna take the first 5 results. So that would be, which one did I roll first? 2 4s, a 5, a 6, and a 3. It looks like.
Alrighty. Well, you have a look at the shoddy construction. Tell me what you see.
I see it's very rickety. A couple of the attractions have like nails out of place, like gears, really rusty. It's not looking too hot. I'm not really stepping on those.
Alrighty. Cool. We'll pop back over to Dr. Holiday. Dr. Holiday, what are you using to measure everything around you right now? All right. Well, I'll have you as well roll 5d6 to see what you find. You rolled a singular 1. Fantastic. And you still rolled a 6. So, yeah, these results are very telling. What is it exactly that they're telling you about this place? Is Reen right to be concerned? Well, in that moment, as you're contemplating and seeing that within that moment, you see Miller right at the top of the merry-go-round, bellowing out. Do you say anything to him?
But it's fun up here.
Ha! Miller, are you making your way down?
Yeah, I guess I'll come down now. Not because I want to, though.
All right. Well,
R.I.P. Miller died so early on.
Cause of death.
speaking of
all she
which,
cares
Miller, Can you roll
Uh-oh.
to get down for me?
Oh yeah, right.
Can you roll to get down off the carousel for me? That'll be 4d6.
Oh my god.
I love this fastly decreasing pool of d6.
You have Reen to thank for that.
I'm sorry.
I got a 6 and a 1.
Oh my god.
You got a 6 and a 1. We're down to just 3d6. Clearly, this place wants you to be safe. So, you make your way down. What is it you find yourself doing after you're down?
Well, after I shoot a unhappy look at Dr. Rebecca, I'm gonna go look around, see if we can't find some of that stale popcorn we were mentioning earlier.
All right. I'd say you managed to find a few unpopped like bags of like unpopped kernels and stuff.
Oh,
Um,
sick.
but what is it? Before the world went dark, I guess they had shut down the shops for a little while, and it was between days. It was probably like a long weekend or something like that. So, um, all of the stations, they're not filled with popcorn, unfortunately, but you do manage to find the kernels for it. So if you can get a fire going.
All right, don't mind me, friends. I'm gonna go start a fire.
Please,
Excuse
for the
me?
love of God, let me handle it. You're gonna just burn everything down.
Whatever makes you feel best. I'm gonna go tear some of these old wooden stalls apart for firewood.
Oh my God.
Jerry goes and helps him.
Alrighty.
Hell yeah!
I mean, we probably could use a longer break, and fire sounds really nice, especially if we get a big enough one. We can give the generators a rest.
Oh,
We'll make it. We'll make it just big enough. And then he just kicks one of the stalls to break the board.
yeah, like a savage barbarian. I'm just ripping planks off of the walls.
Alrighty.
I'm
Well,
wondering if
with
this is what
your-
my life has come to.
Reen, with your 3 remaining dice,
Oh
can
god.
you make a roll to start a fire?
Oh my god. Okay.
Good luck.
I did not roll a 6, but I also did not roll a 1. So we have our
Oh.
3 sixes.
So, what? Do we just
Now-
have a pile of wood?
Unfortunately, Zane, that would be a failure.
I think it's for the best that
In the
we don't
case-
start a fire. I don't want this place to go up in flame.
Now, unlike each other time I've asked you for roles and you guys have succeeded, you more or less got to narrate your own success towards whatever goal you were seeking towards. In the case of failures, I will always narrate.
Oh god.
So, Reen, God, they're help at the very least. More hands always did suffice. You never really quite figured out how to create more helping hands. That wasn't really your area of expertise, so people would have to do. But in this case, starting a fire, that's a cakewalk for you. You
Oh man.
get a little overzealous, let's say, though.
Oh no.
Break out some of, you head into your little grab bag of materials and you find something. Maybe you wanted to show off a little. Maybe
Uh-oh.
you just wanted to be a little impressive, flex your muscles a little bit. But you grab some materials that may or may not constitute a firework. You just wanted
Oh
something
no.
flashy. That's all. Just some flash paper, send it up into the sky, and that'd be everything.
Oh
That's not what
god.
happened, though, was it?
No, apparently
What
not.
happened? As you gather everyone around what is basically a makeshift bonfire,
Hi
you
everyone.
hold in yourself that sort of you hold in yourself a moment of just pride for what you can do, what you can show off, even in the most dire of circumstances. You can show them that that science, that this chemistry is important, that it is impressive.
Oh
So you
god.
go to light it. You have a pair of striking flint on you. You know, it came in the survivor's pack, right? One of those things that you just sort of bought, never thought you'd get any use out of it. And as you strike, you see
Well,
it
nice
go
knowing
up.
you guys.
And by God, it was beautiful. But maybe you should have taken Dr. Holliday's advice. Something smaller, something less loud than what you made.
Oh fuck.
It caught. And as the flames went up, the wind too picked up, carrying it across the park.
Well, shit.
Back to the van,
Was
back to the van, back to
incredible.
the van!
How
This was the
fast
worst case scenario.
It, w-
Oh god damn it.
it was incredible how quickly it all spread. But from your little hodgepodge bonfire, you managed to set the entire park ablaze. And as you all begin piling into the van, you can hear off in the distance the sound of deep fryers erupting, popcorn kernels exploding.
Hey, wait.
Here's
At the
your
very
popcorn.
least, it was impressive. At the very least, it was impressive. But that smell that gathers on the wind, that's being carried by it, although it smells, well, like freshly cooked popcorn, you think to yourself, well, that smells just so delicious. But you can't help but think, what else is out here looking for their next meal?
Oh god damn it. Oh shit.
Ooh, let me handle it.
Get
I'm
in the
strong
van!
enough.
And with that, the first candle has been darkened.
God
You
damn it.
all will now you will refresh your conflict die pool up to the amount of lit candles remaining. So that means you all have 9 candles left, or 9 dice left to roll on conflict rolls, and I will add a dice to my pool.
Oh god.
This dice, yes, this dice isn't to roll against you. No, it is for narrative control. When you roll for your conflicts and you succeed, I will make a roll. And if I roll more 6s than you do, then I gain narrative control over the scene. It will still be a success in every respect, but you won't have control over it.
No god damn it.
We will now move to the second, to an interstitial phase of this game. This is the establishing truths phase. The establishing truths phase is one in where, well, you may establish one singular truth about the world. There are two rules. One, it can only establish one thing. That means that if you establish, say, you have food, you may not establish that you also have supplies. If you establish that you are in a building, you may not then establish that building is safe. But this is only true for that player. If the next player would like to come along and build off of that same truth, they may. The second rule is that you are not allowed to establish any truths that create weaknesses for them. And that is all. The establishing truths phase begins always with me establishing the first truth, that being, these things are true. The world is dark. We will then move to Rob, who will establish the next truth.
We've reached the city where the library is located.
Dayton.
We are alive.
Yes. However, Dayton, I will allow you this one. I will allow you to redo yours, as the last truth will always be that you are alive.
Oh, I jumped the
So,
gun.
It's not gonna stay that way
what is your
forever, though.
what is your truth? What is your truth, Dayton?
We are unharmed.
Cherry. Zane.
We still have our supplies.
And I may establish a truth.
Oh, here we go.
The car is malfunctioning.
Oh, god damn it.
And back
No,
to
I'm
Rob.
gonna take the heat. Is it so wrong to want to be a bit of a
Rob,
show
what
up?
is your truth?
Okay, so Jerry thinks he knows what's wrong with the car. With the truck, van, vehicle. Knows what's wrong with her vehicle. Thing with the wheels.
Okay.
He's pretty sure.
Our
Sure he knows what's
potential
up.
transportation
Thing with the
device.
You know, auto mechanics isn't his thing, but
Dayton?
he knows a bit about it. Yeah.
We are
Dayton,
making
what is your
good
truth?
progress.
And the last one. These things are true, and we are alive.
Oh boy.
Alrighty. So you guys find yourself in the city, parked just outside of the library you guys have been seeking. There's something up with the car. It looks like in your travels, it got a flat. Something must have lodged itself inside of one of the wheels. It's going to take some rigging to repair, but at the very least, you know what's wrong. As you guys stand outside of this library, what are you thinking? What do you do?
I'm thinking that I don't want to go in there without a weapon.
All right, sure.
Oh god, why are there dice rolling?
Jerry's
no, I'm just playing with them.
Jerry's knelt down and is looking at the slowly flattening tire.
I'm
Now,
sorry, you
now,
go.
Jerry, you know how to fix this. You do. You've seen it on TV a million times before. Why not you go ahead and roll for me to repair the car?
Okay.
You get 9d6.
96. Here we go. I've got 2 6s and 1 1.
Mm-mm.
Your die pool decreases to 8.
The trainer.
And with that, all right, narrate your success for me, Rob.
So Jerry's looking at it, and it looks like just a clean puncture. So he goes and turns out our little junk food gremlin also managed to grab one of those tire repair kits with the you just squirt the stuff in there and give it a little while to hold to set. I don't know, maybe she thought it was some sort of like pudding or something, but in any case, he's grateful, so he can just uses that to get the tire fixed, and as soon as it sets, he's got we've got an air compressor as part of our stuff, and we'll just put some more air in it. There we go.
I'm supposed to be level-headed, and I just turned out to be a gremlin.
You
I'm
are
probably like standing
17.
away from everyone in the corner of shame because I set the theme park on fire. Shame corner.
No, I think it's hilarious that the most level-headed one is causing the most chaos.
Speaking of which, Reen, I think you go up to Miller, and ask for anything that might regard self-defense.
Ooh.
Do you happen to have any weapons on you?
Yeah, I got 2. I have this nice but slightly uncharged taser. It still works. It just is probably getting low on batteries about now. And then I got this plank of wood with nails stuck in it that I got at the amusement park.
Slightly singed.
A little bit seared.
It does 1d4 fire damage when I hit someone with it.
I cycle through every stage. Grieves at once, looking at this plague. It's like retribution. Take it and pay for my sins.
Sorry, Zane, which weapon are you taking?
I look at the plank, I cycle through the 5 stages of grief, and I take the plank as retribution for my sins.
Here you go. Use it well. You seem to be good with starting fires.
All right. So, Dr. Holliday, you can't wait to get into this building. What is it you're doing?
No, someone needs to watch the chemist that sets fires, especially going into a building filled with very flammable paper books.
Yeah, and since you're the only other fancy doctor person, you gotta go.
I think Jerry's still sitting with the gas cans in the truck as he fixes the tire.
I'll be with Jerry.
Was banishing me to the shame corner not enough?
Well, now you got the stick of shame, too.
Reen will quite literally never live this down.
All right. Well, I take it you enter the building. Um, Dr. Holiday. Dr. Holiday, even before you reach the lobby, you swing open the doors and you are met with just the strangest sight. This library, it's it's been occupied, at the very least recently. There are books stacked tall, um, with disregard for where they came from, the sections. It's almost as though the people who were here before you were using them as walls. And it doesn't take you long to figure out that this place was being used as a survivors camp, and a pretty good one at that. It looks like they've had multiple rooms set up using these books as sort of privacy screens, and littered throughout all of it are these dangling lights set up kind of like fairy lights, but just weaving but in and out between these books. But what it creates is a very claustrophobic library. It uses the shelves and books as walls to create these hallways. You can't tell how many people used to live here, but it's clear that they did.
And I'm not allowed to touch anything in here. I have lost my privileges.
All right. Well,
Let me
Jerry.
get this.
Jerry goes in.
All right. Sure. You guys send in basically what is your muscle for the group at the moment. Have them be sent in. Rob, you're taking one of the generators to hopefully find how they've hooked up all these fairy lights. Maybe you can get them going again. And Dayton, um, the last time Miller was at this library, um, the last time Miller was at this library, he was being sworn in. This place acts as a courthouse as well, because where better than a place so full of knowledge? So it's alien to you how this place looks, but still recognizable. What are you guys trying to find in this place?
I think Jerry, the first thing he goes for is he looks for one of the like fire exit maps. He shines his flashlight on it because looking at that's going to give him a pretty good sense of like, hey, this little room here is probably the utility room, or the where the breaker panel's located. And using that, he can go
All
find
right,
the
sure.
panel, and that's probably where anyone sensible would have led the fairy lights and stuff to as well.
Miller is cracking a joke to Jerry. Hey, Jerry, check it. Book hinge.
Is that oh, right, like Stonehenge? Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. So the this looks like a good bet for the utility room. Okay, I think we're gonna want to go through that door over there on the east wall, and that should lead to a corridor that we can go down. I think 3 doors down should be the utility room. Come on. Go
All
that
right,
way.
let's go. I stubbed my toe in a book.
What book was it? Let's see.
I don't know. Check it. It's like the size of 3 normal books.
The
Probably a
complete,
textbook.
the complete works of William Shakespeare.
Oh God.
Yeah. I remember trying to read this in high school, and it hurts brains just as well as it hurts toes.
Oh, I believe it. Too many
Aye.
words, too big.
So, Reen, Reen and Dr. Holiday, you two are waiting outside of the library just for now, just while the boys are in there searching and scouting. You lost Jerry's flashlight, like light and presence a little more than like 10, maybe 15 minutes ago. Um, Communications have been difficult, but yeah, Dr. Holiday, I think you step over back to Reen and sort of
Oh no.
ask them like just like what's going on with them.
Oh no.
Well, I've been trying to do whatever I can in the car, but it's not very efficient considering how many of us are crammed in there. Yes, the snacks. I'm sure I'm not the only one
Reen,
eating them.
Reen, what is it? Reen, what is it that you think the them entity is? What is your leading theory?
I think that the them is an entity that can absorb energy and, by extension, absorb light. That's my hypothesis. That I did. Oh, we didn't flee.
Now, Reen, when you say this about them, when you say this about them absorbing energy, it is it is difficult for them to absorb energy that is being output already as light, but they're able to absorb, but like given a low enough output, they can still take that in. So think of like electrical currents or even mechanical energy. Um,
Hmm.
um, that's how you think they've been taking people away, how they've been killing people. They lure them somehow and steal away their ability to move, their ability to think. Because what is the human body but a series of electrical impulses and chemical reactions? You take away the energy from that, well, it renders any person inert.
Yes, that that
And
that that is feasible. Yes.
and as you think this, that breeze from that breeze from the amusement park, or at least that's what you think it is, blows through your hair, and you can't help but feel a shiver of fear roll down your spine as the door to the library slams and yawns shut.
Um. Is there any windows on this library?
They all appear to be covered in by books, and from what you can tell, from what you can see, at the very least, like they've been boarded up in an attempt to keep things out, right?
I'm in charge of the world.
And what you can see over these boards is just stacks and stacks of books.
Well, shit.
Um, I'm going to have you roll to find an entrance back
Oh
into this
god.
place. That's going to be 8d6 for you.
A 6 but also 2 1s.
Oh my god.
All right, we're down to 66.
I'm sorry, I'm the one using the online roller. Don't
We're
blame
all
me.
gonna die.
All right, what do you
Well,
find?
that's kind of a
Green?
given. That's the whole gimmick. We're all gonna die.
We're all gonna
What do you
die
find,
way
Green?
too soon.
Where do you find this entrance?
You know those cellar windows? Like there's a little dip in the ground and then they'll have like a cellar window.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, one of those.
Alrighty. Cool. You find you as soon as this place slams shut, you and Dr. Holiday both try the doors yet again in vain. You call out to both Miller and Jerry to see if they're anywhere near the entrance, to see if you can hear them. After a little while of trying, though, you kind of give that up. You're too you get in your own head. You're back into the headspace of like, this is a problem, we need to solve it. And you manage to come up with that cellar door. You search and scour in and around the grounds, and you manage to find one. But it leads to the basement. You don't know what you'll find down there. Back to Miller and Jerry.
Okay.
In that same instant, you feel wind gusting past both of you. Even in these small, cramped corridors made of books, you still feel it.
What
You're still
the
chilled
actual hell
by
was
it.
that?
Ugh. I didn't expect wind in here.
And you both also hear the door yawn and shut.
Okay, but what the actual hell was that?
Relax. It was probably one of the others just closing the door behind them, maybe?
That loudly?
Maybe they tripped on a book.
Yeah, fucking Shakespeare. Okay, well, this just makes me a little more eager to go turn on all of the goddamn lights in this building.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. Let's get a step on this.
So we
All right.
hustle down the
Yeah,
way.
can you roll to find it for me?
Okie doke.
That is, yeah. I assume you rolled 66.
Yep, I got 1 6 and 1 1.
We're down to 5d6. And let me just roll to see if I gain narrative control. I do not. Go ahead, Rob.
We find the door to the electrical room, but it's being real stubborn. So Jerry is maybe a little freaked out by the wind and the door slamming. He's not his nerves are getting a touch frayed. So he literally just takes a good step back and just kicks the hell out of this thing till it breaks open and goes in. So we can get in there and start wiring the generator to the electrical panel.
All right. Cool. When you do so, it works. The lights come on, but they're dimmer than you'd like. They are fairy lights. Half of them don't even turn on. Seems like they blew out, but something has become really apparent, even in this low lighting. In the pitch black of it, you couldn't really tell, especially just waving your flashlight around. You could tell that survivors had been here. But you start to notice that in and amongst the supplies are blankets, pillows. this is where people slept. But it looks like some of them never left.
Oh. Oh God. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, was not expecting this. Oh.
Jerry, if you
Lift
got
that
something
body,
heavy,
lift
now's the
that
time to
body
keep a
now.
hold of it.
Oh, no. I just need a minute. I was not. There's more shock than anything. I was. Oh boy, that was not expecting this. I think Jerry takes out his wallet and looks at the photo of his family, and then he glances towards maybe some of the bodies. He can't quite see, but it's clear that he's looking at the photo and he's looking over there and he's wondering.
I, as an ex-private investigator, am going to see if I can't figure out how they died.
Even with your line of work, Dayton, it is difficult still to look at dead bodies. You've seen a couple, you know, things happen when you look when you look deep enough into a subject, you get tangled up with the wrong people. Luckily, you never really did, but you've seen the result of it. These people aren't like that. You go to inspect them to you're almost taken aback about what to do, but um, you have a look at their eyes. You try and take their pulse. Of course, it's not going to work, but even you know that someone who's been sitting here this long, they should have gone under rigor mortis already. Their body should be stiff. They should be cold, not this pliable, not this warm. But by all accounts, they're dead.
Jerry?
Yeah.
I think fresh air might do us both some good.
Yeah, yeah. You thinking that maybe we should get outside and get us all that good fresh air? Is that
Yes,
what you're
Jerry.
getting at there?
That I am getting at that, Jerry.
Okay, then yeah, Miller. Let's let us go and get that fresh air, because that's all we're going out for is just fresh air. And
Yeah.
yeah. Don't pay no attention to to how tightly I'm gripping onto the crowbar. It means nothing. Let's just go get that fresh air.
Yeah.
Can one of you roll? I don't mind either which one of you, but one of you, could you roll to see if you make it there safely?
Miller, have the honors.
Thank you.
5d6, please, Miller.
3 6s.
God damn, Miller is just on fire.
Not unlike an amusement park.
Not unlike an amusement park. Gosh darn. All right, Miller.
We're gonna mention that in class
tell me
tomorrow, and
how
nobody's gonna get it.
successful you are.
Except Tyler.
After our discussion, we even dodged through what I assume are straight up tunnels of books. Just kind of keeping to the wall as if it was a maze. By the time we get out, we're greeted with the closed door to the front.
Rap.
Well,
It doesn't budge. at
Is-
all.
Reen? Rebecca?
Ladies, are you
Your
out
voice,
there?
your voices echo down the hallway, and you hear a response. You hear a response coming from the basement, and we'll zip back to Dr. Holiday and Reen. Now, it's real cold in this basement, almost like winter cold, well below what is normal just for an underground cellar. But you guys make your way through it and find yourself you guys find yourself on the first floor of the library, in and amongst the books and hallways uh, made of books. And um, you hear Jerry and Miller calling out.
We're at the door. Why is it closed?
Where are you? What? Basement!
Oh,
They step away again.
they
Jerry just
possibly stepped
shouts
away
down.
for a hot moment.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I
We'll
am
keep
back.
going.
Sorry.
No, you're good. We thought you died. We thought the weird wind got you. We thought you went back to the amusement park.
She
Will you
stole
ever
the
let me
bag.
live that down?
No, we won't.
Never. Never, ever.
I apologize profusely if you can hear that freaking cat.
I also have a cat. He does not make noise, though. Anyways, Reen, you guys find yourself in a very cold basement. You've just heard both Miller and Jerry call out to you after you find yourself on the sort of first floor of the library.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you do?
I am gripping the shame stick. I'm kind of like taking in my surroundings because there's a bit of light, but like just enough to see, right?
Yeah.
So I'm taking in my surroundings. I'm
guys-
taking in all the books, and I'm kind of trying to read the indexes of the titles on the spines of the books that make up the walls.
Right. I take it you're searching for material that'll support your energy theory, correct?
Yes.
Cool. Could you roll to find some books
Oh
that
no.
will do that for you? You get to roll 5d6.
I am historically the bad luck charm. Oh no. I rolled a 6 and a 1.
We are down to 4d6,
I'm sorry.
and I do not get narrative control. All right. Well, cool. What do you find? What is it all that you're finding here?
On a couple of the stacks, I'm seeing some books about light and energy, and I also find one about temperature and wind.
Temperature and wind. Okay, cool. You definitely stow those away for a little while before you'll read those when you meet back up with the group, when you're a little bit safer. But at the moment, you both begin trekking through the library, and you find much the same thing that the boys do. You find bodies. You, being a chemist, you studied under a couple of like mortuary embalmers, fixers. Um, you're familiar with how you're familiar with how a dead body looks, how it reacts, how it feels, right?
Yes.
And yeah, and it grosses out a lot of people, right? To be in and amongst the dead, but you don't see it as anything more than just another stage of the human cycle. It's just something that happens to everyone. It is the one thing that is entirely unavoidable. These people are emaciated. They look like they haven't eaten in weeks, but that doesn't make any sense. Corpses don't need to eat. Corpses aren't warm. Corpses aren't this soft.
Well, the logical assumption is that these are not corpses, but that begs the question of what happened to the people that were once inside of them. Does there happen to be anything valuable on these bodies?
And I loot the bodies.
Are you really holding circle to loot the body?
Looting's not a sin.
It's not theft if they're dead.
Listen, recycle, reduce, reuse.
They don't need it.
It's the 3 R's. We learned this in preschool.
Would you like to roll to see if there's anything?
Knowing me, we're probably gonna end up running out of dice
I'm giving
if I try that.
I'm giving you the choice here. Would you like to roll or not to loot the bodies?
Part of me wants to say yes, but also I'm gonna be really upset if we end up oh god, getting one.
We're gonna be really upset if you try to loot the body and light the library on fire.
Okay. Just because I don't want to see that go horrendously wrong, I will resist the temptation to loot the bodies.
All right. Well, Dr. Holiday, you see Reen uh, manage to pick out books even amongst these shelves, even amongst these what can be generously called shelves. Um, are you looking to find any literature in there? Would you happen to want the complete works of William Shakespeare, volumes 1 through 5, collector's edition? All right. Well, I'm going to have you make the same roll to find some literature regarding the subject. That is 4d6, if you please.
Careful now, you don't want to open a book too fast and cause the friction to make a fire.
Are you guys never gonna let me live that down?
No.
Dang. Huh. Oh, that's terrifying. Okay. Well, what do you find?
Uh-oh. I said about fire.
All
Mm.
right. Well, okay. I think what you find as well in this book, um, we'll save that for later, actually, because I don't think
Uh-oh.
at the moment you are in a very particularly safe place to be reading,
Well,
unless,
what a
of course, you want
foreboding
to.
thing to say.
Wow, nothing can go wrong.
Wow. Nothing can go wrong. Oh
Nothing can
God,
go
it all
wrong
went
as long as
wrong.
I have the shame stick.
All right. Well, luckily you managed to find these books. Now just to find the boys. Um, After quite a while of making your way through this maze, and like echoing off of the walls and everything, it doesn't seem like you guys are getting any closer to each other. You figure you're at least on the same floor as one another, but it's really unclear as to where they are.
TARDIS library.
Lighting the books on fire.
Jesus. We knew this was going to happen, lighting
Quick.
the books on fire.
Reen, make a smoke signal for us.
Reen, saying versus doing. What are you doing?
Not lighting the books on
Reen,
fire.
what are you doing? Saying you're not
Um,
lighting the books on fire.
Yes, we are not lighting the books on fire. That's gonna go so wrong so fast. I am taking my shame stick and I am like holding it out in front of me so that whatever runs up at me potentially would run into the stick and not into me.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is hardly a stick, it's a burnt plank.
Roll, I guess, to defend yourself.
Oh no, I need a roll for that.
Uh-oh.
Why am I rolling? Oy. 2,
4d6.
3, 1, and 4.
Okay.
Oh,
So now that is a failure.
oh
However,
God.
you still have both your vice and your virtue in order to utilize in order to re-roll the 1.
Well, I don't really want to die. Not here, anyway. I'm really worried about using these.
But if you don't use them, then what use were they in the first place?
Alright. Does it matter what's more applicable to the situation?
Which one would you rather use?
I'm not seeing anywhere I'd be able to use my virtue. I'm kind of the gremlin. So, yeah, I guess I'll use my virtue.
Alrighty. So, go ahead and re-roll that 6. Or the 1 rather.
Reroll the 1?
Yes, and only the ones.
Alright. A 6.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Oh, boy.
Now, tell me, how does your level-headedness play into the success of this?
Well, what comes charging at me? That I need to defend myself
I don't
from.
know. What does come charging at you?
Oh! Oh no!
shoot. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh no.
Oh, look at it burn.
Disregard.
Oh god. Well,
Let that piece of paper burn like an amusement park.
oh my god. Well, whatever comes
Burn just as
charging
bright.
at us, I grab Rebecca's hand and I start running in like a really obscure path through the bookcases to make it harder for it to follow us.
Oh, nice. Nice. Alrighty.
And that is the one time I am level-headed.
You're not
a gremlin.
You're not sure what. Yeah, you're not exactly sure what was chasing you, but you could feel it. You could feel their presence. And
the world.
you're just glad that you got away.
Boy, I'm gonna be the first one to die, aren't I?
That remains to be seen.
Yay. Thanks. It's the #1 rule at cons. If you think someone is following you, you take a really obscure route to get where you need to go, and if they're still there, that means they're following you.
But they seem to be awake now.
Joy to the world.
The bodies?
Oh man, I should have looted them while I had the chance.
Darn.
Should have looted them weapons off them bodies.
Ah, yes, such prestigious weapons as plastic butter
You
knife.
all can hear the You all now can hear slight shambling, rustling of
Oh, fuck.
fabric, clothes. And Dayton, you in particular, hear a very familiar voice. Dayton, who was it that framed you?
Ooh.
It was my best friend.
Ooh, shit.
You know this motherfucker. You could spot him in a crowd of thousands, and to pick his voice out of a sea of silence is child's play. Come on. So when you hear the whiny yelling of your best friend,
Oh, shit.
what do you do?
I'm gonna tase his ass.
Hell yeah.
I still have my taser.
He has a taser.
He still has the taser. I took the shame stick.
Dayton, roll to find and get this man. 46,
1-6.
please. And
Damn,
how many
this is
ones?
Fire.
0, but a 2 almost rolled into 1.
Oh.
All right. Well, you hear him screaming at the top of his lungs as he's barreling down these hallways of books, and you see him. You spot him face to face in the dim light of these stupid fucking fairy lights. You place your flashlight on him, and what do you do?
I charge at him. After I get close enough, I tase him, and I assume it works.
And then you chase him
Uh,
again.
he's like, he has a moment of recognition of like Miller, but he doesn't say it aloud. And as you're charging towards him, getting just close enough within range to shoot off a taser at him, um, you see his face drop. You see him almost just take it,
Good.
like he was telling you, "Yeah, man, I'm sorry.
Guilt
You
zombie.
deserve
Guilt.
this."
Guilt zombie.
And he drops to the floor. He'll be nonverbal for a little while. You know that much, having been tased yourself. And he is spasming on the floor. What do you
Miller,
do?
what the hell is going on here?
I
What
stomp
the-
its head in.
Whoa.
Jesus. Okay.
He knows
Go,
what he
go.
Jerry,
go,
you're here
go.
now.
Yeah, Jerry's going, what the hell is happening here?
Well, Miller, care to explain?
did. A couple years before they arrived, me and my wife were going for a walk along the beach. This son of a bitch, I still don't know why, but at this point, I don't care. He killed her in cold blood and framed me for the murder.
Jesus Christ. All right, well, okay. Fuck. I can't blame you for, wanting to stomp the dude's head in, but he was the only one in here who was, like, active and moving around. We could have gotten some information out of him. And then you could have stomped his head in.
I didn't think about that.
No, I get it though. Like your temper flares up and you act. I know what that's like. So it's not like I get that, man. I get it. Okay, are any of these other very disturbing, possibly not 100% dead individuals moving around?
Can we break open the door from the inside?
Jerry
I
kicks
don't
it.
know. None of you have tried.
That's a good point.
Jerry
Oh my
kicks the
God.
door again.
Jerry, can you roll?
Okay.
Jerry, can you roll for me? 4d6, please.
4d6. Oh, God. Whew. Okay, 1 6, a 3, and a pair of 2s.
Oh,
All right.
Whew.
Tell me how you succeed.
So first he just kind of goes up and like stationary kicks it, and that doesn't do anything. And then he kicks it harder, and that doesn't do anything. So then he gets out his crowbar and he just wails on the door handle parts. And finally it starts breaking and he kicks it and the doors swing open.
is the car okay?
Almost as if it's letting almost as if it's letting out a large sigh as the doors swing back open, backs yet again, and some books topple over. Dayton, your best friend, is still down for the count on the floor. But you guys could leave now.
Can we attach a GoPro to his body and get a good look at what it was that charged at us?
Oh.
To
Yeah, but we can go hole up in the van. We could hole up in the van. We could even just drive the van like just to the edge of its range and get and perhaps be a little safer. Well, I don't think this guy's gonna be noticing anything anytime soon.
So does anyone?
Like, I'm no medical doctor, but I don't think this guy's I don't think he's gonna notice anything anytime soon. No.
all right.
I'll just let you keep your denial here.
Uh,
Oh yeah, we
Cherry.
got charged at, by the way.
You got
There's
charged
something
at by
in
something
there.
that wasn't
Yeah.
this guy?
Yeah, there's something in there. We should probably put the GoPro and leave.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Dr. Holiday, being that you've taken most of the lab's equipment, of course there's going to be a GoPro amongst your stuff. How else would you capture and record video? Could you make me a roll to see what you guys see on the feed?
Are we gonna close the door behind us?
I don't know if there's much point
Yes,
in
we are
closing the
still at
door because I
4 dice.
completely trashed the door handles. So.
Honestly, it's not much.
I
of a
mean,
door.
yeah, but we don't really want it noticing us on the other side. You don't watch this guy get murdered through the GoPro. Ooh. Ooh.
You may not use your vice or virtue to reroll, and thus you have failed the scene. And so, you hook up this GoPro to what you're told is a bad person, a convict like
Oh god.
like Miller. But as you guys all observe the tiny little feed that that you have in the vehicle, you see him get up. The sound doesn't seem to be working, or at the very least, it's not capturing any sound. You see him get up, wander around for a little bit, clearly still shaken. And almost in the same moment, those winds pick up again and shut the library closed. The lights that you had turned on with your generator, Rob, they grow dimmer. And the person that you left in there, it looks like they were heading towards the entrance, or at least trying to follow you guys. But he's so slow about it. Almost crawling. Like when you try and walk in slow motion, it seems like his joints almost begin to rust and eventually come to a halt as he works his way slowly down towards the floor, covering up the GoPro's video feed, giving you
Damn it.
Yeah,
Damn it.
Damn it.
Oh yay.
Okay, we're not going back for that though.
We are not going back.
I should
Nuh-uh.
have killed him when I had the chance.
Don't worry. I think
All right.
I don't think he's getting out of that though.
Good.
I mean, maybe you gave him
All
like some
right.
sort of brain bleed or something, and it's slowly killing him, and then it's technically you still killed him.
We,
I don't know if we want to stick around to
we
see if he'll
are
record. He kind of
down.
slumped all on top of it. The only thing we'll see it is if
We are
something like
down
rolls
to
him over.
8. We are
8
down to
candles.
8d6. 8 candles left.
Oh
And
boy,
we'll
it's
move
getting pretty
on
late.
to establishing truths. What is it? Dr. Holiday, you will start us off with the establishing truths after myself. So, these things are true. The world is dark. On to Zane.
We are in the van.
Dayton.
I am mad.
Rob.
I am driving us the hell away from that library.
Dr. Holiday. Okay. Set something true about the world. It can be anything. You can change your circumstances if you wish.
Yep. Dig it.
I get one. You may not escape.
Yay.
I mean, that was... Okay.
These things are true. And the world is dark. You guys find yourself right at the city's edge, right at the border. You are gearing up to leave. And just as you do, just as you reach the city's edge, just as you think you're going to make it out, the car's engine sputters and halts to a stop.
Well, I guess we're walking.
You can't figure out what's wrong with it this time. Every time you go to start it, it seems to be fine. There's nothing physically wrong with it, but every time you try and start it up, nothing. And it's not like the battery is out or you're out of fuel. It just won't start. You guys will have to find a new ride if you want to leave this place.
Well, I guess we have to stand on the side of the street and wait for people who are willing to take hitchhikers. And then probably steal their car.
I'm gonna do this early while we still have plenty of dice. Are we near, say, an RV storage lot?
Ooh, good idea.
Roll for me to find out.
See, this is why I'm doing this while we still have like 8 of these things.
For drops.
Oh, fuck me.
What did you do?
No.
I got 3 threes. Let's see, yeah, 3 threes, 1 2,
Oh no.
and 4 ones.
Oh
You crippled us.
Well, this act is gonna end pretty quickly.
Rob, would you like to use your vice or virtue?
You
You still have access to both.
And it'll let me re-roll all the ones or just one of the
All
ones?
of the ones.
I
all of
will
the
use
ones.
my virtue.
Tell me how re-roll and we'll see.
Come on. Fucking hell.
Do not tell me you just rolled on one.
No, 2 1s and 2 5s.
Ugh.
The out Judases.
Sometimes even the strongest of wills aren't enough to overcome the hardships that follow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. It's burning like green a little bit.
Ooh.
Anyway,
That is my strong will going up in flames. It burns green. Wills burn green, guys.
Let it be known.
Rob.
From
Rob,
here,
as
it's
you were
gonna be a
checking,
fun.
you wanted to get away from that place as fast as possible. You really, really did. And you know the reason why. It's
I did
because
not.
you're... No, what were you going to say?
I was going to say it's because I didn't want to. I was afraid of perhaps finding out that my family was in there. And I was terrified of that.
You were for what feels like forever. For what feels like the first moment in a while since you and your wife have started drifting apart and started going through the process of filing through a divorce and things like that, it finally rings true for you. Her words of, "You are a coward, Miller."
Miller?
You don't know what it is about that building or its presence, but you know that if you head back there, you'll find out what happened to them, and you weren't strong enough to face it. But now you're left with a choice. Maybe one that was thrust upon you out of your control, but it still gives you the choice. You can walk away right now, or you can go back into that building and find out the goddamn truth. Around you, there are cars. You finally notice there are other cars. You've been dodging and driving around them. It's almost become second nature to you when traveling the road like this. Wow, the world has been like this. But it's just become apparent to you now that the cars almost form a sick border around the city. You shine your flashlight as far as you can to either side of you, and it is cars almost perfectly lined up in a row, right at the edge of the town. We are down to 7 candles, so 7 dice. These things are true. The world is dark. Rob,
We might be
what do you
trapped here.
want to be true about the world? I'm going to suggest that we change that to, you are trapped here.
That's definitely what it feels like. We are trapped in this town.
All right. Cherry? You are cold. Zane?
I still have my books.
Dayton?
We are alone.
These things are true. The world is dark. You guys find yourself back at the city center, back at the library.
Mm.
If you are going to find out what is going on with this place, this seems like the best place to at least figure it out. Reen,
We have to go back into that.
you on the walk here.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
On the walk here, you started reading your books on energy, chemical transferences, and it's finally sort of clicked for you. You don't think the people in there are dead. Not yet, anyway. They might still starve out. But what you've managed to figure out, and you're not sure of it quite yet, but you're almost positive that they're still alive, but they've been placed into an almost coma state. Um, when certain creatures go to bed, they slow their heart rate down in order to conserve energy and allow rest to happen throughout the body. Some animals do this to such an extreme that when they finally wake up, they have to shake themselves quite vigorously in order to actually be awake. You think that's what's going on here. You think they aren't just absorbing energy. They feed on it. They take it. And this place, these people are almost a feeding ground, but you still have to test it. You still have to find out. And there's one thing that you know for certain. Dead bodies don't bleed.
Ooh, okay. Are you saying that theoretically, if I shook them really hard, they could stay awake?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Huh.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have to like no more of my stupid ideas.
All right. What do you guys do standing back outside of this place?
Jerry.
We should probably go grab that GoPro.
Yeah, let's
What if
go
you
back.
can wait, no more of my stupid ideas. No, I'm not gonna suggest anything else, no.
Jerry grabs his crowbar and starts walking towards the library.
Ooh.
And he's got a very unsettled expression on his face.
Cool. Jerry,
There is nowhere else in this goddamn town that we are trapped in, by the way, that we could find any answers to anything. Any answers lie in that goddamned library.
What?
And we are trapped here. So, I don't know about you, but I am straight done just standing around and being afraid of what might be in there. We have... Yeah, he brandishes the crowbar. What do you think this is?
I
Put it for me.
open my mouth to say something, decide it's a bad time, and shut it.
All right.
Oh. Yeah, what did your readings manage to get us the first time we were in?
Me.
Were you not taking readings the first time we were in there? Cool. And what do those say? What did they say? What did they tell you?
Those bodies in there aren't dead bodies.
All the more reason to get back in there then.
You want to try and wake them up? What do you think is going to happen? Are they even human anymore?
We can't we don't know who might be among those bodies, right? Like, we just happened to run into someone from Miller's past in there. What are they? What are the odds on that, huh? Come on, you guys are smart. What are the odds of that? We go into this library and just so happen to run into the guy that framed Miller for murder. Do you think that's happenstance? Yeah, but do you think that's happenstance, though? Do you think that was just coincidence?
If we
There's
shook
something
his
more.
body really hard,
Oh,
we
his body
could
shook plenty hard when Miller's at. I'm not talking about shaking anyone or any of that. I'm saying there's something more going on here. We went in there, and one of the first people we end up encountering is the man who framed Miller for murder. Think about that for a second, huh? Think about the completely just back-asswards logic it would have to take for that to just be random.
Oh, it was him.
Ooh.
Yeah, see?
The look in his eyes when he saw me told me everything I needed to know.
So if someone from Miller's past is in there, could be that people from our past are in there.
Well, good thing there's no one I care about. Now let's get a move on.
Unlike you, some of us do have people we care about. What I've been saying. He grabs his crowbar again and starts marching towards the library.
Just riling
All right.
people up. at
I'm
this
gonna let the
point.
group. I'm gonna let the group decide who's rolling. Who's rolling the 7d6.
Not me.
I'll do it.
Not me this time. Jesus.
Please let Miller do it. Miller has not failed us yet.
I have decent luck. God damn it.
Oh.
How much dice are we rolling?
Sorry,
How many dice are we rolling?
7. Sorry.
7? Okay. Two sixes, 1 1.
Ooh.
All right. You're down to 5d6.
We're down to 5
Okay.
from 7.
Sorry, you're down to 6. My bad. I'm going to roll as well. Sounds good. All right, Dayton, tell me, how do you guys enter?
I'd say we kicked the door in, but Rob already did that last visit.
Jerry does not like
Push the
doors.
door open.
So we walk in, all of us using our flashlights to sweep around We do not see anything. However, we can still hear some muffled shuffling in the distance.
Ooh. $10, that's the thing that charged
All
us.
right.
Be on your guard.
It's not. What is another one
Dayton,
of the people?
Dayton, I think you go and try and find your best friend. What is his name?
Jeb.
Jeb.
Yes.
All right. Now, there is something to what Jerry was saying out there that probably connected with you a little more than not a little more than it should have, because you know that bastard's face. You know that bastard's scream. But why is he here? You have to find him and figure that out. The others are searching around the rest of the building. Probably still traveling relatively close behind you, but you guys can't let go of this sense of unease. You didn't quite notice it before, but you guys are. It's colder in here. And Dr. Holiday, I take it with your equipment, you've been taking readings, trying to make sense of all of this. And with this new sort of revelation given by Reen, with this new sort of revelation given by Reen of like, they're not dead, they're just pretty much asleep. You think you have something that might help. It's a bit of a long shot, but you think that if you could keep your guys' bodies electrified, stimulated, energized, that it'll have a harder time taking you. Jerry,
Hmm?
you're searching for them now.
Yep.
Your daughter, your wife,
Ooh.
whoever in this building can give you answers.
Yep. I'm
And Reen,
going. Yeah.
you walked into the building boasting that you have nothing that you care about. But there is one person you care about, and that's yourself.
Yes, true.
Yeah. You've stuck with these ragtag group of idiots for God knows how long because you figured that it would be the best chance you had at survival. But being here, being back in this building, knowing what you know, well, that's not the best chance of survival for you, is it? So what do you all do?
I don't want to go alone purely because I am more at risk by myself than I am with these idiots.
Says the one who lit the amusement park on fire.
I'm gonna go light another amusement park on fire.
No, this time it'll be a library.
Ooh. Can we at least drag the people out? Not because I care about them, just because I need them for research purposes.
Oh, that's cold.
We need to get the GoPro back.
You know what? I really like that actually. You and Dr. Holiday, against the boys' wishes, uh, find a suitable subject, one that doesn't look like they've starved for too long, and begin dragging them out. Now, this, I think, would prove both of your moments correct. Your theory on what they are, you would have you could outsmart, you outthought everyone that came before you. You figured out what they're doing to the human race. And Dr. Holiday, if you could and if you could bring someone back from this state, well, there might be a chance yet for humanity. So, whoever wants to live their moment right now, make the
Are we
roll.
gonna write this down though? Because if this ends up
Pardon?
being, are we gonna write this down? Because if this ends up being the breakthrough information that humanity needs, it doesn't matter if we die, because the information will be documented.
Yeah.
Because we're going to die. Objectively, we know that we're going to die, but then it isn't in
Well, your
vain.
characters don't know that. Yeah. Alrighty.
Well,
So
our
who's making
chances
the
of
roll?
living are kind of slim anyway, so. Yeah, and then make more copies of it and spread it around. Exactly. So whose moment should
So
this
who's
be?
making the roll?
Oh.
Tannis, I think this is, I mean, sorry, yeah. All right. I believe you guys are down to 6d6. I believe you are, Cherry. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
All right.
So pretty good.
Nice. So, tell me, Doctor, what are you thinking as you bring someone back from Yes. Yes. What are you thinking as you bring someone back from the brink? And it doesn't bring them back for long. They come back. You don't even know their name. But they look at you with tears in their eyes and say, Thank you. As they try and sit back up, unsure of how their body really works, before it saps it away again. It's not a completely permanent solution right now, but it can be.
Yeah,
You could be the catalyst for humanity's survival.
Oh yeah, I
And
definitely
as
think
they
Dr.
lay,
Rebecca deserved that moment.
yeah, um, you could be the catalyst for humanity's survival. And you have never felt more deeply hopeful than you do right now. That you've never felt that your work has ever mattered more than this moment.
Good job, Doc. Starts better than nothing. We need to write it down. I have. Who do you think I am? Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
So, uh, Dr. Holliday, you have gained access to a hope dice. When you make a roll, um, you may choose one of your dice, and you may consider that dice your hope dice. This dice succeeds on both a 5 and a 6 and can be added to any roll. Yeah. All right. Boys, roll to see what you find in this place.
Want the honors, Rob?
Yeah, why not? We're still at 66?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, well, I got 1 6, a 5, a pair of 4s, a 2, and a 1.
And sorry, Rob, how many 6s did you roll?
Just 1.
Good. I get to narrate.
Oh, this is going to be devastating.
Yeah.
It is still a success. It is still a success. Rob, what did you want to find?
I think Jerry was actually in a dark way hoping that because they ran into someone so important to Miller's past that Jerry would run into his wife and / or daughter here in some, and he knows it's kind of a bit of a morbid hope. Oh, I hope my wife and daughter are in amongst all these emancipated people, but his will is starting to crack, and this is honestly the closest thing to a hope about finding them that he's gotten in weeks, months maybe. So he's kind of hoping he finds them.
I'm just gonna let y'all know I probably have to leave in like half an hour to an hour.
Sounds good. All right. Rob, you do find them. They're not looking great. You don't know what kind of world this is that it would play this weird cosmic joke on you. It that's not the part that you're focusing on right now. Clutched in your wife's hands were documents giving you the father of goodness. What'd you name your daughter again? Oh,
Marie.
geez. Goodness. Give me a minute. Tell them not to buzz. No, you're good. You're good. What did you name your daughter again? Marie?
Marie.
In your wife's arms is a small manila folder, and inside of it are documents giving you complete and total custody over Marie.
Jerry kind of sinks to his knees. And he's trembling. And he pulls them both into his arms, and I think for a moment just cries. Just lets out all of this sort of held in emotion over this. And then he picks them both up, which is easy because they're so emaciated, and walks back over to Rebecca and says, "Can you wake them up?"
Rob, I'm going to say that this is your moment.
Oh boy, is it ever.
Oh.
Yeah. So, did you roll any ones during
No.
the last one?
Nope.
All right.
Or did I?
66 to live this moment.
Oh, no, I think I did roll a 1. Because I've only got 5 dice sitting in here because I take the ones out. Okay, 5d6 because I'm pretty sure I did roll a 1. Here we go. I've got 3 5s, a 2, and a 1.
That's
your
rough,
vice.
buddy.
All right. It was difficult enough to bring back that one person. Good condition, all things considered, given what they were being put through. Minimal starvation. It's damn near impossible to bring them back. You don't know when they entered the library. You don't know when they ended up here or how long they've been here. But Unfortunately, there's no bringing them back. All there is are words left unsaid between the two of you. All there is the speculation you'll have, thinking, why? Just why? And with that, on to the next scene.
Damn.
These things are
Oh.
true.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, that's rough, man. So sorry about that. These things are true. The world is dark. Rob? Oh God, have we lost Rob?
Nope.
No, we haven't. Okay, cool.
Nope, still here.
They're still here.
The world is dark, and we know that one of them is somewhere in this building.
Which way was I going? I think I was going. All right, Cherry. Cherry, what is your truth? Dayton?
It's getting colder.
Zane?
Oh, I have a way to fix that. My library.
On fire.
A little incidental pyro gremlin.
Oh,
All right, Zane.
All things considered, I'm feeling pretty good right now.
That's your truth? That you're feeling pretty good?
I'm trying to think of something, okay?
All right.
Maybe these people.
You can always introduce conflict.
You little gremlin, knock it off.
Oh no. The door is still accessible to us. Yeah,
All right.
it's not closing again. It's not locking again. We have decimated that thing.
Hell yeah.
All right. These things are true. The world is dark. And we are alive.
Not for long, we're not.
Dayton, these stacks of books almost have a presence to them. Even though the lights are on, they are dim. You found what's his name? Jeb's body. You found Jeb's body, but where But you don't know how to act in this situation. He's coming to, and you don't know what you'll say to him. You don't know if you'll even not. You don't know if you'll even let him come back awake. Cherry, it's clear now what you have to do. You have to find some way to get this message out there, to get the results of this test out into the world. And it being the largest library in the province, they have one hell of a computer lab. Hopefully, Rob's generator has made something of the electronics in there. Just something, anything. Send it out. You have enough programming knowledge from that one weird college course you took on how to create something that will just send itself out and self-replicate.
She's gonna make that information
But
into a virus.
you need pretty much.
All right then. Cool.
In Reen, this place is dangerous.
But the
You
thing
need
is
to
still
get out of
inside.
here. Oh, you need to get out of here, and well, you don't want to leave this place as it is. You don't want to have other people come to this town and just be swallowed up by it like you are. So maybe it's time to get rid of it.
Maybe it's time
I'm
to
glad
light it
we're on the same
fire.
wavelength. All right.
So what do you guys do?
Did we ever grab the GoPro?
I am.
Oh, okay.
Dayton's right near the body.
Okay. Miller, you grabbed the GoPro.
Are they around me right now? Or am I like really deep in the library?
You're, I think, pretty alone, Dayton. What do you want to do?
Ooh.
Is Jeb awake?
He's awake enough to talk.
Kick him in the balls.
Why'd you do it, Jeb?
He looks at you. It's really hard for him to look at you, even with the flashlight in his eyes. But he looks right in your eyes. And he just says, "I'm sorry."
No. I curb him.
Well,
You wind him as and while gasping for breath, he tells you to just keep going, to do it. I'm sorry. I deserve it.
Ooh.
I take the GoPro from him.
Listen,
He doesn't even register it. He doesn't even register you doing that. He asks, Are you going to finish it? Aren't you going to finish it?
No. I'm gonna leave you to suffer, like you left me. You were going to let me die. You were going to let me rot. I'm going to do the same.
You are always a stronger. You are always a stronger man than me.
As I leave, I collapse
Hmm.
the books behind me, trapping him in.
let's go.
yeah.
Let's go.
Nice.
Yeah. Can you roll for me, Dayton?
Yes. I assume to
66, please.
survive the avalanche I have just created. 2 1s and a 6.
We're down to 4, and I get to roll. How many 6s did you roll?
A singular one.
Dayton, how many 6s did... Singular. Looks like I get narrative control.
Uh-oh.
Hey, at least I
So
survived.
I will be able to narrate this scene. Unless, Dayton, you still have both your vice and virtue available to you. You may burn them in order to gain narrative control.
Nah, I'll see where this goes.
The last time we let Gion have narrative control, I burned down a theme park. Are you sure?
Yeah, but that was a failure. Dayton, you watch as Jeb is absolutely crushed by these books. And you take a moment to just stand there and revel in, well, it doesn't feel like a victory per se, but it feels damn good. But it's getting colder, Dayton. You try and turn to walk out, to walk away from this mess that you've left. But your body is moving slower. They have finished with their meal from Jeb. And they see something in you that they want.
Who's gonna go
You feel
back
that
in?
breeze.
Brad Miller.
You feel that breeze almost wrapping around you now. It's almost like you're trying to move through something that surrounds you on all sides. At first, it felt like wool, pretty easy, maybe some resistance. But as you feel their focus hone in on you, you can feel it becoming thicker, becoming harder to move through. Give me another roll to see if you can break out of this.
2 6s, a 3, and a 2.
Nice.
All right. You get to control the narrative there. How does it
As
look?
I'm dark, like everything's blurring out into a fade. It's almost as if I'm being blinded by something. However, as I'm struggling, pushing, but also pulling against whatever has me, I pull out my flashlight for a moment to see where I'm going. And in that faintest of seconds, I felt some resistance loosen. So I started waving the flashlight around, trying to have it touch every part of my body as I can, as constantly as I can. It allows me to have enough loosening of whatever's grip has me to allow me to get out.
Nice. All right. Well, what are the rest of you doing? Cherry, Reen, we haven't checked in with you.
I just moved locations. I'm sorry. What did you just say?
I agree. A computer lab and a library would probably be somewhere on this floor, but we don't really want to be walking around with that thing.
Jerry's there.
Rob is with you guys.
Jerry's
Bit out of
Jerry's-
commission considering
Jerry's there.
Jerry's having
but
a moment.
Jerry's not all there at the moment. Jerry's just kind of.
Physically, yes. Mentally, way out there.
Oh yeah, Jerry's Jerry's not doing so great emotionally at this moment. He's just kind of kneeling there, head hung, not saying anything right now.
I
He's
have an
trembling a
idea,
little.
but my ideas don't tend to go very well. Because, well, their one weakness is light, correct? And fire produces quite a lot of light. So theoretically, if we obviously this kind of relies on the caveat that we're all together. If we can get close enough to a computer lab, and hopefully there's a window in there that we can break. If we get close enough to a computer lab, we can grab a computer, set the place on fire, and run. Well, yeah, that's a problem. How about we set everything outside the lab on fire, and then we send out our message, and then we flee.
Fire isn't enough. Fire's not good enough.
Well, what else do you suggest?
Jerry stands up and he's gripping the crowbar, white knuckled. And he turns and he's got kind of crazed fury in his eyes. And he shows the crowbar and he says, "This. Doc, would it help your research if you had one of these fuckers to study? Even a dead one? Awesome. Great. I'm going hunting." And Jerry's very pissed, and he is intending to find whatever it is and beat it with a crowbar.
Cool.
Jerry's not doing great at this moment.
Okay. What level of light is it that detracts from these things? Is it any level of light?
Great question.
I think we know that their
also
weakness
flashlight's
is light.
like refined light, right?
Good question. Want me to find out?
Let's go.
And so you guys are trying to make your way to the library using like this solution to like defend yourself. Then, yeah.
I feel like we've effectively just made a them bioweapon.
All right, sure. Roll.
Okay. That seems like something I would do. How many dice do we have?
I believe 4 still.
Oh, jeez. Oh, no. That's 3, 5, 5, 1. I hate the stupid generator.
You can still re-roll the 1.
But I have to give up my freaking vice for that. And then I'm gonna
Indeed, you
run out of
would.
options. Well, I guess I probably have to leave in like 7 minutes. So, oh, whatever.
Are you re-rolling the one?
Well, I have to leave in 7 minutes, so I might as well use it. That's
Alrighty.
still a 1.
Woof.
Oof. Alrighty. Well, oh shit. Ah, hot.
Be careful.
Paper hot when burned. Smack. Okay. What I'll say is that you guys managed to make it to the computer lab. But the device that you made, while in theory it should work to fend them off, at least fend them off enough, you only have one chance to use it. So while you guys make your way there, flashlights in hand, the security you're bringing, it brings some, but very little comfort.
Well, I guess we should
And we
focus
move.
on getting out that message before I have to go, at least.
All right. Well, these things are true. The world is dark. Zane.
I don't know. I don't know if anything I say is gonna matter for me anyway. I have to leave in like 5 minutes.
You can always set up the rest of the group for something.
I don't know.
That's all right. I'll circle back to you if I have the opportunity after the opportunity, if there is one. Let's move. Let's move to Cherry. Cool. Rob.
The fairy lights may be garbage, but the generator is doing a bang up job of powering the computers.
Nice.
Let's go.
And Dayton.
It is awake.
Yay.
These things are true. The world is dark, and we are alive. Okay.
Well, I guess I have to
So
go now, and I
you
have to
make
go
it to
out
the
for
computer.
bangs.
You make it to the computer lab, Cherry. What do you do? Mm-hmm.
All right. All right.
Okay. Roll to see if this even works. 5. 5 plus your hope dice. Nice. And your hope dice? Ah, I see. All right. Well, How well do you succeed? Nice. All right. Okay. Dayton, as you're making your way out of the library, you see Jerry like a man on a mission, stomping his way right into the beating heart of this place.
Jerry, I wouldn't advise to that, man.
I do not care what you advise.
Well, unless you got a really big fucking light bulb, nothing you can do is gonna be of any use.
Fucking care about light bulbs right now.
It was just pulling me in. The darkness was becoming physical.
Oh, good. It becomes physical? That means I can fuck it up with a crowbar.
If you can swing it, every part of me was slowing down.
Look, Miller. I just lost every possible shred of hope I had going. So either I'm going to fuck this thing up, or I don't care. My wife and my daughter are dead. And I never got a chance to say goodbye. And the last thing I learned from that was that my wife was going to give me custody.
Jerry, I get
and now
it.
they're all dead.
Loss hurts, alright? I never got to say goodbye to my wife either. But we gotta keep going, right? We might be the last hope for all of humanity. When your family wants that, when they want you to be the one to help guide all of humanity into salvation,
That stops Jerry in his tracks a bit. That makes him actually kind of pause and think and sort of come around. Even though the moment's been burnt up, it brings his brain back. It makes him think a bit that maybe he can make up in some way for his perceived failure to save them by helping save everyone. And he stops, and his grip on the crowbar loosens a little bit. And he looks at Miller, and he says, that's it's one of the things I admire about you, Miller. You, even though you went through fucking hell even before all this happened, you still have a shred of optimism. So, yeah, all right, let's go help the science nerds do their science thing, huh?
yeah, they're onto something. I know it. We just gotta make sure they can get it.
Yeah.
And we gotta let those candles go out, so at least we go out in a blaze of glory.
But I think on their way back, Jerry does pause and picks up the bodies of his wife and daughter. And I don't think, because if the plan is to, send everything out on a loop on the computers for a little bit and then burn this place down, I don't think Jerry wants to let them burn up.
Yeah.
He's still got some he's still dealing with some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Really nothing left.
As you guys sort of find this purpose, you feel the wind pick up in and around you. It is violent now. It is rocking the very foundations of this room, of this building. It
But
is so, so cold.
but
It
wind.
is so, so cold.
But wind allows fire to spread.
And this is true. And almost as if it is at the center of it, Dayton, you see Jeb's body sort of creep and crawl out of that tower of books that you toppled onto him.
Oh no.
You
The
know
hell?
that isn't Jeb.
Oh no.
Not anymore. Anyways. It is awake now. And clearly this meal needs to be prepared just a little bit more.
Ooh. Well, what say we set this place ablaze?
I think Jerry's ready to start swinging again.
You think
Wh-
you think you can fight me?
Oh shit!
I am but one place. I am but one place of many that feed on you. You think that your little insignificant efforts mean anything.
Yeah, that's it. Jerry's pissed. He's swinging the crowbar.
You will be a good meal. Roll for me.
How many are we at now?
We're at 5.
5. Okay. 3.
Hey, Gian, I just wanted to ask while we have this moment. Are you recording this session?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Awesome. All right.
Yeah.
I got 1 6 and 2 1s, but I'm gonna burn my vice because I think this fits. His temper is
Okay.
His temper's up.
Are you just burning it to have narrative control?
I don't want to burn. Well, no, I don't want to leave a bunch of. Well, this might actually be the end of the scene. You know, no. I'll leave.
Are you just burning it to have narrative control? Okay.
No.
Well, then I still get to roll. All right, Rob, how many 6s did you roll?
Just 1.
Fantastic. So, Rob, tell me, how does the fight go?
So, I imagine that this entity, whatever it is not super used to operating a body. Probably hasn't really had much need to do this. And so Jerry just takes the crowbar and just hits Jeb clear across the side of the head, full force, no holding back, just a full baseball two-handed swing into the side of Jeb's head. And as he does, Jerry says, "I hope you feel this, you son of a bitch."
Yeah. Nice. Okay. You knock Jerry's chin clean off. His mouth is now just permanently agape. And yet, you still can hear it.
Swings again. I don't think Jerry's going to stop swinging until the voice stops talking at this point.
Yeah, Jerry's going in for the kill. How about you focus on its limbs?
Continue swinging. You continue swinging. You keep hacking and slashing at this thing and absolutely crush its voice box to make it stop that laughter. But Dayton, you hear it first, just behind you. An older couple who were here for God knows what reason. Underneath their blanket, begin to rise and laugh. We have so many toys to play with. Which one will we choose next? Cherry. The computer room wasn't empty when you entered it.
Oh,
now,
God.
was it? It was still filled with all those.
This is even worse than I thought.
All those bodies of people. It's actually where you found. It's quite nearby where you found that specimen to keep track of. And it sort of dawns on you as you start hearing Jerry fighting upstairs, that if they can control one body, why wouldn't they be able to control them all? And as you have that thought, Cadence, nope, sorry, Zane, I'm going to have you make a roll for me.
Oh, okay. I can only
roll
see one way this is
to
gonna
defend
go.
yourself against.
How
many dice do they have to work with?
I don't know.
Rob, how many ones did you come up with?
I rolled 2 ones.
Oh, geez.
Oh, so 3 dice?
Yep.
3d6, please.
3, 1, 4. So we're kind of screwed. What's the function of a brink again?
Brinks can only be embraced if you've used up everything else.
Well, I haven't used my moment, but my vice and my virtue are gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Weird question.
I believe, unfortunately,
can I use my vice to let them reroll? Like,
Caden,
if we can
or
make it
sorry,
in
I'm so sorry.
narrative sense.
Zane, how many ones did you come up with?
1. A single one.
Yeah, I think that you could maybe move this fight towards where Zane is
Yeah.
and help them out in that respect.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think
Where you kind of just go on like a big old rampage.
I can only see one way this is gonna go, and it's probably gonna end with all of us going out.
I mean, that's pretty much always how it was gonna end, but yeah, let's do that. So yeah, I think Jerry is still swinging on. I mean, he swings on the old people.
Oh, hey. Hey,
He swings
gang.
at everyone in the way.
I just realized. Well, that roll for me.
What?
Reroll that 1 for me, Zane.
Okay. A 3.
Well, looks like unfortunately you have failed the scene. And it looks like your lights are going out. I only have 2 lights here.
Oh. We only get 2 dice.
The candles are running out. Yep. In any case, Zane, it is so very cold for you right now. You
I'm a
can
Canadian.
see Jerry right in front of you, fighting them off, telling you, telling you to get out of here, to go. That this is his fight, and he will deal with it. That you need to get out of here and go. But it is so hard to move your body. There are only 2 candles.
Yeah.
There are only 2 truths. There are only 2
Well,
truths.
one way or another, we're ending this now. So.
Rock your body. Yeah. There are only 2 candles. So there are only 2 truths. The world is dark, and you are still alive.
For now.
Last one.
Yeah, until I set this
Zane,
place ablaze.
what do you do to try and break out of this?
How strong does the light have to be?
You're gonna set this place on fire?
I am.
At
Well, we all
least
have to die,
flashlight
don't
level
we?
strong.
So a chemical like the chemical from fireflies wouldn't work in this case, would it?
No, but phosphorus sure would.
Oh my god.
Well, I've been carrying stuff on my person. I'm a chemist. I carry this stuff on my person, even if it's dangerous.
Carry phosphorus in a pouch?
Carrying it. Just it's hanging out just next
They
to the
they just have pockets and pockets of phosphorus.
Were you holding the
My
punishment stick
entire
next to
lab
it? That thing was
is filled
sparking
with
when I handed it to you.
Yeah, I could have used that a while ago.
All right,
fine.
Cadence.
No.
Sorry, Zane, make me a roll.
With the
Zane,
2.
make me a roll.
with the 2 dice that we have.
Yes, 2 dice, please.
Oh my god, oh no, I'm gonna fail this. A 5 and a 1.
Can I use my brink
Ooh.
to help re-roll that 1?
This has to work. This is our last
In
stand.
this case, I'm going to say no. I feel like we are reaching a good conclusion.
Can I use my... No, I can't use my brink. I haven't used my moment.
Is maybe this your moment?
No.
Even though my brink kind of fits here.
All right. So this is how it's going to go down. Zane, if it is all right with you, I'm going to kill your character off.
I mean,
now.
yeah, I'm kind of effectively using my body as a firebomb.
Well, then.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
That's exactly what this is.
Yeah, it is for the best, you think, right before striking the match. It is for the best that this happens, even if it kills the rest of your friends, even if it
Yeah, we're all dying. That's the point.
Come again?
Even if it means that no one will ever really know about your work, even if it means that you will go out being the one who caused it, it will matter because at least you stopped one of them. And if this is what it takes, then god damn it, this is what it takes.
All right,
You
let's go, I'm
strike the
dead.
match and you go up. Phosphor burns at such a bright lumen that it blinds nearly anyone who sees it. And when you first heard those messages over the radio of stay in the light, you will be safe in the light, you never really believed those government officials, those very important people. You never really believed them because being in the light just meant that you were staving off something that was going to get you eventually. But as you're wrapped in this sort of warmth, you finally get it. You are going out on your own terms. You are going out. You are going in to that light.
Going out in a blaze of glory on my own terms. That's all I wanted.
I can't help but feel like that might be a slight
Jerry.
misinterpretation of staying in the light, but you do you.
The idea was to kill...
Jerry.
The idea was to end myself and then everyone else in this building.
Jerry, you are in a frenzy. Nothing really matters right now except they need to die. That's it.
Yep.
Where all this fire and light came from, that's secondary, honestly. Right now, you can see them hurting, and that is what matters.
Interestingly,
I need you to make I need you to make a roll to see if you stay in this frenzy.
Okay. How many? Just one? Just two? Two dice?
Just the one.
Just the
Oh,
one.
Jesus
Just the
Christ.
one for you, my friend.
Against his
But
9.
just one.
That's a 3. But I would like to use my brink because the brink I wrote down is him letting go of the reins on his temper and becoming savagely violent.
All right. Go for it. Reroll your pool.
And that was a 2. God damn it. God damn it. Yep.
You see a white flash of light. You think it's Reen, but the time for thinking isn't right now. Even though your crowbar is boiling your hand, searing it right into your skin, you can't let go of it. You see even the slightest twitch of movement from one of those corpses lying on the floor, and you start going. Hacking and slashing. None or all or some, you're not sure, but the blood on you is you are covered in it. It almost cools you as you are surrounded by a fire. And as you stand there, surrounded by your handiwork, everything collapses on top of you. It all goes up. And just before one of those many stacks of books that have caught ablaze falls on you, you take a moment and take out of your back pocket the custody documents, coated and drenched in blood, as you watch them go up into ashes as well. Dayton, Miller, Miller is still in that first room in the lobby. You never really left because I don't think you can. It's found its meal in you. Dayton, can you roll to resist yet again?
Here we go. He wants a snack. He's gonna have to fucking work for it. I got a
Hell
1,
yeah.
but I got
Christ.
my vice, my virtue. I'm going to use
You may only
My-
use one, unfortunate.
virtue.
All right. Reroll that one.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna blow into my hands like I'm blowing dice. Hold on. I got a 6!
Yes.
You succeed. All right. You resist it for just a little bit longer. Almost stitching itself back together from its jaw, Jeb comes back up to you and says to you, "Do you really want to know why I did it?"
At this point, I don't really care.
Oh, I know you, Miller. Such a big old softy, aren't you? Trying to act so tough. You know, she almost wasn't even worth it. I did it for money. Is that short-sighted of me? Greedy, even? Maybe. But I got you put away for it, didn't I? And I'd do it again. And again. And again.
You son of a bitch. I'm gonna tackle him into the fire.
Yeah.
All right, roll.
Get
Yep.
Get his ass.
6!
Yes.
Blaze of glory.
The
Blaze
gods are
of
letting
glory.
me see this.
Blaze of glory. We're going out in a blaze of glory. Make it glorious.
All right. All right.
Sure, he went out in a blaze of sad, but you know.
I mean, I never achieved what I wanted to achieve. But
Jeb goes up like a match. And you
let's go.
can't help but smile. Dayton, roll to not die of standing in fire.
It's probably a good thing.
If you don't die standing in the fire, you're gonna die some other way, man.
Yeah. Oh, also, my hope is that it says my hope is that I save them, but I guess it's more of I save people. So would having helped caused this quote unquote solution to this creature trigger my hope?
Ooh.
Oh. You know, I think in this moment that that Miller is acting almost very selfishly. You aren't really saving anyone right now. So I'm going to say no.
In that case, I'm gonna use my vice.
So
real
make me
quick.
that roll.
Your boy rolled a 1. I'm gonna need the voice.
All right. Reroll.
Man, you're dying in this fire. There's no avoiding it.
We're all going up in the fire, like it's happening.
Yeah, you got
The point
crushed
is
and
that
burned.
at least we're going out in a blaze of glory. That was my intention all along.
All right.
The idea was that I had some luciferin in a vial in my pocket alongside the shit ton of phosphorus. That's a chemical that emits light, kind of like fireflies. So I was gonna just dump it everywhere, or dump it all over myself and make myself an anti-them walking bioweapon.
Oh my god. A weapon
Neat
to
idea.
surpass the Metal Gear.
And I guess I did that anyway. So Yeah, exactly. At one point,
Dayton,
I was
what
going
did
to
you roll?
suggest we all swallow glow sticks, but then
I
I was really
am
upset.
pulling out
I was like, this is
my
not
real
the time
dice
for me to
for this
suggest we
roll.
swallow glow sticks.
Whoa.
in hopes that it rolls another 6. Come on, Papa. You got this. It was a 6!
Yes.
But that begs the question
I
of
may
how
be
do you
dying, but I
die
ain't
if
dying
not
in
in
no
the fire?
fire.
Dayton, you're right. You're not dying in this fire. You walk out of this building. You make it. You make it all the way outside. And what you see is much of what you saw before. The sky blanketed over in darkness. But you will not give this place another victim to abuse. You have sustained so many burns. It hurts so much. Dayton,
Silence.
roll to see how far you make it out of the city
Ooh.
before succumbing to your pain.
I'm on my victory march. 4.
Sorry, what'd you roll?
I got a 4.
Ooh.
You collapse 400 kilometers out. You die on your own terms.
Yeah.
Woo!
Hauling ass there.
How many of us are dead right now?
yeah.
Hold on.
The last one, surrounded by fire, sending off the last of the instructions. Dr. Holiday,
Ooh.
I would like you to roll to see if anyone gets this message.
Oh no.
One.
Well, you're actually a 2. You're at 2
Oh,
because of your hope
oh,
dice.
She got hope.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
That's what I'm talking about.
Fuck yes.
that almost made my
All right.
sacrifice for nothing.
We're going out with a Rogue One
sit
ending.
and stare at that screen, looking at the inbox, hoping, praying. And just as the fire reaches you, as it becomes too hot to bear, you see it. Undeniably. Message received. And you got a reply. And the computer shorts out before you're able to read it. Dr. Holiday, please roll to survive the fires.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're just gonna end up dying some other way.
As you feel the fires start to crawl up your coat, up your clothes, into your hair, you feel it. You feel the wind at your back one more time, quelling it down and down till it is nothing but soot and ash that surround you, and the slight warmth. Not warmth, you realize, but the cold. You can't move, Dr. Holliday. And although you cannot move, your eyes still see something. Dr. Holliday, please roll to resist them.
I need your death to be on your own terms, please.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yes.
Man, I should have left like 40 minutes ago. I'm just invested. I have to be
Dr.
up early
Holliday,
tomorrow.
you find your way outside. You won't let these things take you, control you like that.
Hell no.
No. But as you look out into the vast emptiness of a quiet city, you stop yourself right at the edge of the door. Tell me, what are Dr. Holliday's last thoughts?
Ooh, that's rough.
Dr. Holliday, please roll
Or roll
to
for what?
sleep and to hopefully not open these eyes again, to not be controlled.
Oh, I cross my fingers every time.
There's the good rolls.
Yeah.
I pass my will on to you.
Dr. Holliday, that device that you made with Reen, it was meant, but with the fires out, this place is still a danger. But you have enough know-how to make this whole place come crashing down. You make it into a bomb strong enough to take down this whole building and everything in it. but you know you won't be able to escape. Dr. Holliday, please roll to survive the blast.
Well, at least you're dying with your own
Is
free
the
will.
5 on your hope die?
Ooh.
Hmm. And with that, the library goes up. The building crashes down, and it was though it was never there in the first place, the only remnants of which were the books stacked and piled high, now laid across the floor and streets of the city. You won this battle today. You gave up 4 precious lives, but you've given humanity a fighting chance. These things are true. The world is dark.
And the camera slowly pans in to a close-up of the complete works of William Shakespeare.
Still surviving
Oh,
through the
God.
fire. And all of my snacks
Alrighty.
strewn out along the road in Dayton's slushy bucket. There is
Alrighty.
evidence of our
Thank
existence.
you. Thank you guys so much for playing with me.
Oh, that was a great
this
time.
was a
Let's
wonderful
play
night.
This
Thank you
was
for
so much
having
fun.
me.
Let's
I'm now
play a
going to
happy
make
game
me
next
a
time.
rosé and give it a happy ending. Thank you.
What? I don't know any happy games. There
I'm
are
making
no
Rain
happy
into my own
games.
OC, and they're getting a happy ending.
Yes. I have to do with. I came up with the perfect last
Reen
name
gets
for
an
him about
AU.
halfway
Gets
through.
an AU.
Rain Survival AU.
Cool.
I came up with the perfect last name for Jerry
I-
about halfway through.
Oh my god.
Jerry
I saw that.
Riggins.
It was so funny.
Jerry Riggins. Yep.
I will talk to you all tomorrow morning. It's been great
Hell
playing
yeah.
with you all. I will see you later. But yeah, I want to touch base with actually creating this into a bit of like an audio drama that we can sort of collaborate on. Yeah.
Rain
but,
Survival AU?
that will be at a later date. Yeah. Anyways, you guys have a great night.
Great
thank
night
you so much
to,
for playing with me.
Thank you so much to anyone who listened and who either live or on the inevitable recording. Thanks to them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hell yes, friggin'
Yeah, thanks
rounds
for
upon
having us.
rounds of applause for Gian.
Yeah, holy.
Friggin' very
And
bad.
I'm now gonna
Woohoo.
take my meds and go to sleep because I need to
Woo.
be up early tomorrow.
Yeah, meds.
All right.
Go Rain, go Rain.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Good night.
everybody.
Good night, everyone.
everybody.
Night.
It is dark.
This is true.
Yep.